Okay, hold it. This is going to have to be working now. Let's see. I'm going to check it out on my phone. This is so crazy. Thanks for the feedback, guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it works. Yes, yes. Oh, good. That's so good. Okay. Gosh, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the feedback. It's freaking crazy. I don't know. I don't even want to talk about that. I don't ever have technical difficulties except for when I'm talking about the Watts case. It's the craziest thing. So, welcome everybody. How are you doing? Happy Saturday evening. I usually do live streams on a Friday evening, but this week it's Saturday. You know, weeks can get long. So let's see who's here. Hi, Green Eyes. How are you? Hi, Cecile. Nice to see you. Hi, Muffy Dragon Slayer. I'm glad you're here. Hi, Michelle G and Double R. Sugar's Mama. Wilson Man. And Grateful Mama 420. Ah, I like Grateful Mama. I like that name. Welcome, Grateful Mama. Hi, Anaphylaxis. It's awesome to see you. Hey, Anaphylaxis. I didn't get to see the end of AD's live stream today. I just had some things going on, and I know that Jeff, one of the dog handlers, contacted him, and I don't know if you can summarize really quickly what the outcome was, but I was so curious. Let's see who else is here. Hi, Roxana. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you. You were there too, Roxana. Maybe you can tell me in chat there. Hi, Tracy Wheeler. How are you? Nice to see you also. Hi, Jody is cool. My girls. Ho Chi Winner, Michelle G, and Nancy N. Nancy N is the best of all time. Second to none, Nancy N. Val McCann, hi, how are you? Welcome. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. Hi, DTC Primetime. I said hi to you a few times, sweetheart, but I think my volume is off. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Hi, Miss CD Isaacs. Nice to see you. Welcome. Hi, Jennifer Bradford. How are you doing? And I'm just going to go up a little bit more. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, moderators, for already doing moderating. Aussie Girl Jen, hi, how are you, honey? Nice to see you. I don't know if you and Jody is cool got a chance to read the email I sent out to you guys earlier. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Hi, Tony. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you here. Hello, Jay and Gina Bizarro's Ghost. Oh, that's a really cool name. Very cool name. Helen. Hi, Helen. How are you? Nice to see you. Welcome. I'm going to go up just a little more. Hello, Sally and SM and Thug Boy 69. I like that and how it's spelled. Hi, Elizabeth Bridges. How are you doing? And hi, Utter Nutter. How are you, honey? Thanks for always being here. You're so amazing. Joan, I got your text message. I don't know if you're here or not, but hi, sweetheart, wherever you are. Leatherface, Kim and Marky. Welcome, Kim and Marky. I'm new here. Squirrel friend, thanks for becoming a member. That's awesome. Just a couple of quick little announcements. Welcome to the channel, Squirrel friend. I didn't want to say that wrong. So there is going to be Kelly Golnick. Welcome. How are you? And if I miss anyone, just say hi and we'll say hello back. So there is going to be a members only live stream tomorrow evening. And it's, I always say this and I mean it. I really don't like discluding anyone ever. However, the true crime and particularly the Watts case climate on YouTube is such where if I'm considering talking about some more sensitive things, I guess we could say, I'm just going to run it by the members first. It's just safer to do that. Once YouTube gets on your back about things can go downhill pretty quickly. I've experienced this before already. And, just to protect the channel and the content and everything, and this is how I'm going to approach it. So there is a members only live stream tomorrow night scheduled for 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And let's see. Hi, Alex King. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, really? Are you kidding me? I don't even, Alex, okay, that's interesting because, wow, I don't know if I even want to say more because I don't want to cause a controversy, but hi, Savannah Barr. Welcome. How are you doing? Hi, Judy Holiday. Welcome. Nice to see you. Oh, Donna West. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you very much. Welcome, Donna West. Let's see. Oh, that's where I can pin it. Just one sec here. Well, am I going to talk about that or? Double R, are you going to come up and spread the knowledge? Seriously? Is that a promise? Please tell me it's a promise. Yeah, it was really weird, anaphylaxis. So, gosh, I don't know. So I'm just going to say a little bit about this. So Armchair Detective has been looking recently at some of the footage where one of the dog handlers, her name is Jane. If you're familiar with the case, perhaps you know Jane, the dog handler. And so I'm sorry, Armchair Detective on his Blue channel has been focusing on that material a bit recently. And I was actually on his channel last week and he was referencing a live stream he had done, earlier that week. And he was referencing that footage where Jane, the dog handler, is with her dog and they're walking around the neighborhood. And what I said to AD, Armchair Detective, in response was contrary to what his theory was, which I did not mean to do, especially on his channel. I felt bad that I didn't know what was going on, so I said something kind of contrary, but I think it ended up being okay because people were not really clear on a lot of things that were going on with the dogs, the 3 dogs that were working on August 14th, particularly 2018, to try to start to get some kind of a, viable lead on this case of a missing pregnant woman and an adorable little 3 and 4-year-old girls. So there's this one part in the video, and I'm not going to play it for you because as AD has pointed out, it's really loud, the dogs barking. In fact, that is the one and only reason I haven't covered the dogs very much on this channel. I've done a couple videos about Jane and her dog, and on that same neighborhood walk that I'm referring to right now, I very firmly believe that the dog was indicating by a big red trash dumpster, a construction dumpster on Black Mesa Road, which is right around the corner from the Watts house in their development. A lot of people agree with this. I'm certainly not the only one. This is not like my thing. This is a common belief people have. And Jane and the investigator were just kind of talking and walking. And I felt, and a lot of other people feel, they were ignoring the dog. I think they were ignoring an alert. Well, it turns out in the discovery, we find out that Chris Watts had stopped there on his way home from Survey 319 that first time he came back home to greet Officer Coonrod, Nicole Atkinson, and her children. You remember that, where he pulls the truck up to the house and he comes running up and movie star style, shakes Coonrod's hand, goes and grabs something out of the Lexus, goes in the house, doesn't let anyone else in. He's in there for 80 seconds and we don't know what he did. Anyhow, before he went home, he stopped at Black Mesa Road for 4 minutes and 21 seconds. So when Tammy Lee and Graham Coder and Dave Baumhover went to interview Chris Watts a few months after he was sentenced to 5 consecutive plus life sentences, when they went to interview him at Dodge Correctional Facility, they asked him about his stop, his 4 minute and 21 second stop on Black Mesa Road before he came home. Well, guess what? He admits that he disposed of evidence in that dumpster. So they did try to recover what was in that dumpster at some point, but the dumpster goes to the dump on a Tuesday. This terrible, horrific crime happened on a Monday. It was just very bad timing. So they were not able to get any of the evidence that was in that dumpster. Now, if they'd only listened to the dogs, perhaps they would have gotten that evidence. Anyhow, there was another dog handler. His name is Jeff. Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, anaphylaxis. I think this is the right situation. I'm second guessing myself on everything having to do with the dogs now, which again, I think is a good thing. He is the father of the investigator that was walking around with Jane. Well, at some point on their walk around the neighborhood, Jane's dog starts bugging out, and that's why I'm not even playing it. It's just so loud. It upsets my rabbits. It upsets my ears. It might upset your head. It might give you a headache if you have a tendency to get headaches from noises, or just in general, it's piercing. So, when the dog, around the time that the dog starts freaking out, Jane's dog, the investigator says, "Oh, hey, it's my dad. He wants to talk to you," and hands Jane, the dog handler, the phone. She walked away. She's on the phone for like a couple of minutes. I didn't time it. It seems like about 2 minutes. She comes back and she says a few things. Okay, so without going into all the detail, I just wanted to orient you to what part I'm talking about in the dog searches. Armchair detective thought that the dog was alerting to what he was referring to as a safe house. Because someone put Armchair Detective Blue's link in chat. And he thought that the dog was alerting on this house that was, right near where they were at the time in the neighborhood. And the belief that I've had for a very long time was that the investigator's father, Jeff, had planted something there to see if Jane's dog would pick up the scent of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. And the reason I thought this might be true, well, there's two. Number one, Jane's dog typically was working in search and rescue missions out, in some terrain, some difficult terrain out in nature, not in a residential neighborhood. It was a different setting that Jane's dog was accustomed to working in. Jane was, a respected dog handler. The dog was a well-respected dog that could pick up a scent reliably, right? But never had the dog been in this kind of environment and been asked to work to pick up a certain scent of a person. He's used to doing that, like out in, I don't know, say if you're going out on a hike in Colorado, I know, and I've gone snowboarding out there and I've gone on the back slopes, which they tell you not to do. I'm very afraid that I was going to get stuck out there on a couple occasions. I don't think I would do that again because the last time was really scary. But, so imagine a situation like that where you're kind of out in the middle of nowhere. That's what the dog was accustomed to. So I thought it might make sense that somebody was testing the dog in this different environment that the dog is not accustomed to. I also talked to somebody who does train dogs that are used in forensic investigations. So I don't know this person very well. My best friend has a couple labs, and they dock jump with the labs. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that. It's like it's a dog sport. And her dogs and her stepson's dog in particular is really good at dock jumping. They go to dock jumping competitions all over the place. And it's this whole subculture of our society that I never knew about till she started telling me about it. So she knows all kinds of dog related people. So I was talking about this case with her, and I was like, hey, you're really into the dog thing, off chance, but do you know anyone that, she's like, oh my gosh, yes, I do. This woman, I think her name was Samantha, Cindy or Samantha. See, I know her so well, I can't even remember her first name. So I did end up talking to her a couple times about this, and she said what she read in the discovery, some of the language that they used when they were giving a summary of what happened with the dogs indicated that something may have been planted to test the dog. She agreed with that. So for those two reasons, I always thought that something had been planted. Lo and behold, move forward until a few days ago, last week, Armchair Detective had been doing these videos, these live streams about the dogs and what I was just telling you about specifically. And, you may or may not know this, but very unfortunately, a lot of people that cover the Watts case, but it seems Armchair Detective particularly, even though his is my favorite channel other than this one, that covers the Watts case, and I think he does a great job. There's some channels out there that are they're just hater channels, and they don't like him, and anything that they can find to pick on him about, they latch on, and they're really nasty about it. So one of those channels had latched on to the whole dog topic, and then the other day claimed that Jeff one of the 3 dog handlers, the one who was on the phone with Jane while the dog was freaking out, had contacted her. And I don't know the person who creates Truth Justice. So I wouldn't have any reason to particularly trust that person just because I don't know her, but I would trust Armchair Detective because I do know him and I trust him. So today he did a live stream, and what I first caught was that Jeff, that dog handler, emailed him too. So I was like, what? Because what Jeff apparently emailed Truth Justice, when I don't think like Armchair Detective would have really liked it a lot, but I don't know. So there's a weird controversy around that. So what I was saying for the short time I was in Armchair Detective's chat earlier was, if this Jeff guy is contacting AD, and if this Jeff guy is in fact contacting Truth Justice, why is he contacting them now about something that we are talking about having to do with the Watts family murders? Because this is unprecedented as far as I know. Never is it the case where we're, on this channel or any other channel talking about a certain topic having to do with the Watts case, and the corresponding investigator calls us or emails us and tells us what's up. So I thought that this was very interesting. Oh, Nancy just set me straight. I told you, Nancy is second to none. Thank you, Nancy N. This is why she's my girl. So, whoops, that's Molsa Man. We love you too, Molsa Man. Is my Oh, hey, thanks, Molson Man. I'm glad I accidentally pinned that one. Molson Man says to Muffy Dragon Slayer, Kelly is my only watch channel. She is the best, in my opinion. Thank you, Molson Man. Right back at you, babe. So, Nancy just said, where'd you go, Nance? All right. I think that Truth Justice contacted Jeff, Kelly. So she just set me straight. And this is why we love Nancy. She's not afraid to do it because she knows. She's like, I'm going to have to set that girl straight. I'm waiting for it. Bring it. Where is it? She's going to have to set her straight. Happens all the time. Yeah. So that was a little bit of a side note, guys. But, I guess I'm not going to say any more. Oh, yeah, right. That's right. Yeah. So it sounds like this is what I don't understand. I'm just going to put it out. Whatever. This is what's up. Nancy just said, and I just indicated, I trust Nancy completely. And in fact, my son once asked me about that. I think he said, do you trust Nancy more than me? It's like, I don't know. It's a tough one. So Nancy said, Jeff then offered to help Frankie, Shanann's brother, with any legal issues against AD, which I can't even stand that that's a topic either. But he believed what this guy Jeff was telling this channel that doesn't like AD is he thought there was misinformation there, but it seems like then he contacted AD and said something totally different. This is so weird. Hi, Contrary March. How are you? Yeah. Yeah, someone in chat just said they're not a fan of AD, but they feel bad, like all the hate he gets. I don't know. I'm going to say this again because I think it's important. Those of you that are here often, you might get tired of hearing it, but I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. Good. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, honey. When I didn't realize for a long time, sometimes I'm happy that I can, at times live in a bit of a vacuum because you don't expose yourself to this. But when I did realize that all of these channels were being so mean to Armchair Detective, I contacted them. I went and checked it out. I commented. I ended up contacting like 10 to 12 of them personally and asked, what's the problem? Like, I don't understand. I guess I was thinking, and this was probably a little foolish, but I was like, well, maybe I can do something to calm the situation down, to, kind of lower the rhetoric so they're not being so hateful. I was not able to do that, of course, but nobody could give me an answer as to why there's an issue to begin with. And I mean, it's not just one person I contacted. It was 10 to 12. I can think of 8 of them now, and I know that I'm forgetting them. So it's all very curious to me. Anyway. Yeah, Ice Queen says it's difficult to believe that somebody would be that unprofessional. Yeah, I agree. Okay, and Roxana is telling me that Chicken Lady contacted him. So, see, this is the issue with me just getting on here and talking about something that's going on because I feel like it. I got to get my facts straight. But luckily, I have you guys, and you straighten me out. So, thank you. Let's see. No, no, he has not. Anaphylaxis says AD has not blackmailed anyone. I hope you don't mind me saying, but Anaphylaxis is a moderator on his channel. Um, and I'm watching very closely just because I like watching his content, and he's not blackmailed anyone. Oh, and then Nancy says it's not right on the Truth Justice video from today. I didn't even see that one. I usually see those videos when Nancy tells me that I should watch them because, they said something that I might want to know about, but it's not like I'm trying to find their stuff. Jody's cool, has a good business idea. She says, I feel like writing a book on all this stuff. I mean, I won't, but all this drama is full on. And Jody, you're in a position where I think you could write that book. Yeah. So Nancy asked, what did Jeff tell AD? That's what I'm trying to find out too. Awesome. Good. Oh, good. Honey, I'm glad you like it. I just got dinner on the table for my son. It's only 10:30 p.m. Let's see. Hi, Jody Landis. How are you? Yes, live this evening. I didn't do one last night. I usually do them on Fridays, but I was just too beat yesterday. Oh, this is great. Contrary March says, I just agree with this. I believe in free speech for all content creators. The cancel culture coots are, what does that say? Lame, I think. Or, yeah, sorry. Couldn't quite see that. Yeah. Cancel culture is a terrible thing. I mean, I didn't think one way or another about it until a friend of mine who lives in Philadelphia, she has a gymnastics studio in Philadelphia. Her business is doing amazing. She's an amazing person. She didn't even graduate from high school. She has this tremendous business sense about her, and she just like makes shit happen. And she was telling me about some things that were going on in Philadelphia recently. Well, it was in the past year or 2 years. There were some of the racial protests, and they were right in the neighborhood by her house, and she was telling me about that. And then she was telling me about some other business owners she knows that have been prey to cancel culture and how it impacted them. And the people, a couple of them, I know the people, I know them well. And they're really good people, and they run straight up businesses that provide good services, and it's craziness. Yeah. Right. I agree with you, Sarah Fan. I'm not even going to pin that because I don't want to. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So DTC Prime Time, good point here. So DTC Prime Time brings in the big guns and says, stranger things have happened. They have ruined his book, gotten him demonetized, or, technically the monetization on his channel changed, but significantly, and I think it was wrong. And yet there are people like Dave out there accusing Shanann Watts' mother of setting up a hit. Shaking my head. I don't get it, folks. I could have said those exact same words, DTC Primetime. That was another off-topic topic I was considering discussing this evening because I have a message for you guys. I feel that I'm in a position where I know a lot about certain things, and it's come to the point where I do feel like if I do not give you the information that I have and partly my opinion on it too, that I be acting in an irresponsible way. So I am going to do that, having to do with the channel that DTC Primetime just mentioned, but I'm going to do that towards the end because if people don't want to hear about it, then they can peace out. Huh. Let's see. Oh, hey. Thanks, Miss CD Isaacs. I appreciate that. I have a little bit of a, no, I don't think it's cold. I think I have allergies right now, so I feel a little nasally, but thank you. I appreciate that. Muffy Dragon Slayer agreed with DTC. And so does Tracy Wheeler, and probably a lot of you. Aw. Just trying to, huh? I don't know. I was just trying to see. Somebody was consoling Green Eyes. I was trying to see what was said. I'm sure it's okay, Green Eyes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, no, I say hello to people and people like it, tend to, I don't know. So that's just something I do. The feedback I get from people is that they like being acknowledged. I mean, I do too. Everyone does. So, that's what I do. So that's not going to change. And then Sugar's Mama opinion on this is, I'm reading a range of opinions, but Sugar's Mama says, I think 80 is close to the truth. He might be. I don't know. I have a really hard time saying anything conclusive with this case anymore. Thank you, Sherry Claiborne. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So Michelle Carey says, and welcome, by the way. Has everyone seen CBS Colorado's May 13th, 2022 news story that's vilifying YouTubers and subs as conspiracy theorists, making us all look like the bad guys? Yeah, actually, I think we watched it live on this channel. I didn't know what's going on. One of the moderators told me, there I go living in a vacuum again. And we just happened to run into the time when it was airing. And man, I feel for that family. Both families. I feel for both families tremendously. But to your point, Michelle, it's not all of us that are the problem. I don't think it's Armchair Detective that's the problem. I actually think it's one channel regarding, really being offensive to our family and really stepping way over bounds and what they're willing to say and where they're willing to go and what they're accusing that poor family who lost their daughter and grandchildren. I think there's one channel that accuses them, that slanders them, that defames them. And unfortunately, other channels have gotten lumped in. But again, we'll revisit that topic towards the end of the live stream. So I think I'll address this one. So Adrian, hi Adrian, welcome. Says, stop talking about this. You're so wrong and so much you say. Let the family try and heal. So here's the thing. And I say this respectfully to you, Adrian, or anybody that shares that opinion. First of all, I understand that perspective. I've thought about that perspective to varying degrees in different ways since I started this channel, because it's very important to me that the existence of this channel is not harming other people, that it's not hurting other people, that's not ruining, as I've said before, their day, their month, their week, their life. Like, I definitely do not want to have any part in anything like that if I can help it. Here's the thing. Sometimes you can't help it. People are of free will. Everyone makes decisions for themselves. People decide how they're going to spend their time, where they're going to spend their money, how they're going to try to make their money, what kind of music, entertainment, television shows, books, YouTube content they're going to consume on their own. I don't make that decision for anybody else. I don't say that to be trite. I don't say that to present, kind of this false excuse or this facade of, having just an excuse for doing something wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. All but one or maybe two of the creators that do discuss this case or true crime in general, they're not doing anything wrong. People are not doing anything wrong by being here right now. by watching the videos from any of those creators, participating in the chat, or what have you. I am so sorry that that family is still hurting, but you know what? I'm not surprised. Just about 4 years ago now, they lost their daughter, their only daughter who was pregnant, and their only 2 grandchildren who were 3 and 4 years old. That is one of the most horrific, horrible things I've ever heard of happening to anyone in modern society. So, am I surprised that they're still hurting? Oh my God, no. Does it break my heart? Do I feel just all kinds of emotion for them and what they've gone through and what they've had to endure? Absolutely. Do I think that I'm a part of creating their pain? No, I'm not. And I agree. They need to heal and they need to not be seeing this small section, this small niche, this subgroup of YouTube, this small niche, this subgroup of the true crime genre within YouTube. They need some space away from all of that because their loss is so immense. Their wounds are so deep. Nobody needs to be like rubbing anything against those wounds to start to open them up again. They're having a hard enough time healing as it is. And that might be true for the rest of their lives. I don't know. I've never had to endure a loss like that. And I can't even imagine. So I agree. They should not have to see this crap all the time, every day. The thing about that is that ultimately is their choice and their responsibility. There are so many tragedies, murder cases, other horrific events in this country and around the world that are being discussed every day, all the time, over and over and over again, sometimes for decades. The victims of those horrific crimes have family members too. You know, I mean, what is another example anyone can give where those family members are, keeping an eye on, the people that are talking about that horrible tragedy in their life? I mean, it's not a normal situation. It's not a situation we've seen much before. So I think it's hard sometimes for people to know how to handle it and to know if the part that they're playing in, discussing the crime or discussing a dynamic of the case or whatever it may be. Like, am I doing something wrong? Does this mean I'm a bad person? Am I the one hurting that family? No. I hope they can take space away from YouTube because I don't think, and I may be wrong, this is just my opinion. I'm just making a judgment about people that I don't know. I don't think it's healthy for them. At the same time, I think that the channels, the shiners, the truthers, whatever they call themselves or what people call them, and some of the creators of those channels, I know and I like them a lot. They're really cool people. Many of them I don't know. But I do know that, in my opinion, those creators that are supposedly standing against those channels that talk about the Watts case and that many times are so nasty to the creators that do talk about true crime in the Watts case. I mean, really nasty. If you guys don't know about some of the things that have gone on, it's terrible. I believe that those shiner channels, the truther channels, whatever, they are the ones that are keeping the Rusick family bound to this little slice of YouTube, of the true crime genre in YouTube. They're the ones that keep that family who really needs to heal. They keep them coming back. They keep them hooked on this. So, yes, I will slow down chat. Thank you. Is that Cecile? Yeah, let me go do that. So I just had to address that because I have given so much thought to this. I've gotten other people's opinions about this. I've talked to people about it. I've prayed about it. I've tried to look at it a number of different ways. And, this is the conclusion I've come to. And then the people that say, that come to my channel or Armchair Detectives channel or any other channel that covers this case, and, you're doing this to that family. You're doing this to that family. I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to be disrespectful in saying this, but you too are part of the problem. So I don't know. All right, let me get in here and slow down chat. I need to take a drink too. All right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put something on for you to watch, and then I'm going to slow down chat because I need to go on through a different route when I'm live, and it's going to take me a minute. So we are going to talk about Chris Watts and Shanann Watts bankruptcy. We're going to be looking at the filings, the original documents that I've had for a while. I haven't looked through them in a long time. And when I did look through them again recently, I caught some things that I did not remember seeing before, or maybe I just didn't see them before. I didn't have the context to understand how relevant they were. Then we're going to look at the specifics of the bankruptcy filing and also the dates of the filing and then the corresponding date of the discharge and see how that corresponds to what was going on in the Watts life. And there is a really strong connection between what was going on with the Watts family and particularly Shanann and her involvement in Lavelle's in Thrive, the Lavelle company that she was a consultant for. It's pretty clear and it's pretty freaking crazy. So take a bite of this. Hi, Curtis Stacy. How are you? Nice to see you. Hi, Tony Cheek. How are you? Everybody, make sure you're please being responsible and respectful in chat. And if you're not, you will get timed out or removed or whatever the moderators think should happen. Oh, wait, I can't hear it. Let me know if you have volume. I'm going to play it right now. Please say yes or no that you do or do not have volume. Thank you.
Label got me dancing in the kitchen while I'm cooking dinner.
Kind of dancing in the kitchen. What are you doing? And I was like, I must be thriving.
That you get to suddenly be a better mom, a better wife, and you're more involved in life because you feel good. Like, wow, this is really special.
As is true with most MLM companies, selling the product, in this case, it was Thrive by the company Lavelle, is truly a family affair. It's very common for people who are involved in MLMs, and usually these people are women. Usually they are younger women, and usually they are mothers of young children. These people almost always get their significant other involved in selling the product as well. In fact, statistically, we know that a person's significant other is usually the first salesperson in their downline or the salesperson that they directly enroll. So let's see. Where did that go? So Green Eye says, I like the facts and you have your opinions on the case, Kelly. I definitely do have opinions on many things in the case. I haven't even started voicing my opinions really until very recently, but I just don't want anybody to get confused. This channel only presents facts. We don't make things up. So I just want to be clear about that. This channel is in the midst of a series explaining various aspects of the MLM or multi-level marketing culture. This video in particular is focusing on Bella. Bella as Shanann's daughter, a consultant for Thrive, and Bella's drive, her desire to make her mother happy and to just mimic her mother like young children often do in all of the cute ways that Bella did. She was trying to sell Thrive, just like Shanann. Little Miss Bella was actually taking part in selling Thrive before she had any idea of what she was doing. Look at these Facebook posts from 2014 and early 2015 when Bella was just a baby. Bella's having fun at her first 31 party, getting ready for the MLM bash at Shanann's house.
And then all of a sudden, day 5 comes around and I started feeling better. And after day 5, Chris came home and he was like, wow, you're in a good mood. And I was like, well, that's good. I'm glad you think I'm in a good mood. Am I not in a good mood when you come home any other day? He's like, no, you're just, you're fed up and you're impatient and, you're not as happy as you are today. He's trying to cover himself so he wouldn't get in trouble. Say hi. Say hi, Lori.
Hi, Lori.
And then week 3 came around and I was literally dancing around the living room, having fun with this one while Cece was taking her nap. And that was my aha moment. That was the moment where I literally felt amazing. It was past Bella's bedtime. We were dancing and singing and having a good time. I didn't, had no aches, had no discomforts. I really, really felt genuinely good. That's just that feeling of bliss. I don't know how to describe it, but it just felt great. Baby, don't play with that, please. Hold on. Let me take this off so Cece don't eat it. So it was just amazing. And, ready? Mm-hmm. Hey guys, so we're super excited. It's me and Bella. We're here to announce our second winner for the $300 cash prize that we had. We had to hit $2,000 in volume, and not only did we hit the $2,000 in volume, but we smashed it and we hit 40K as a team. So I'm so excited for you guys. So we had a lot of entries yesterday. We had Genevieve, we had Chrissy, had 2 entries.
Okay,
we had
so
Brittany,
I'm turning
Liz,
on
we had
slow
DJ,
chat mode right now.
Susan.
So if you try to
We
chat,
had a lot of entries
it takes a
yesterday,
minute,
so
that's
I'm
fine.
so excited to see Madison, Michelle, Beth had an entry, so we'll see who won. Pick one.
So you have to wait 60 seconds between sending messages. Your own.
Drop one. Who is it? Who could it be? Oh my goodness. Who is it? Say Chrissy, congratulations. You won $300.
I can talk about what's in Thrive products. I have the boxes for everything that they sell. I see you guys are talking a lot about that right now. I will go grab them. And when we're done with the bankruptcy stuff, we can discuss if you'd like.
Way to go, guys. I'm so proud of everybody. And go Steelers. Hi, guys. So we're doing the $600 drawing tonight for the 4K so by the 25th. Everyone who reached 4K is getting their name into the drawing. So the first one is Chris Watts. Chris Watts. And then we have Christina Meacham. And then we have Michelle Davis. Good luck, guys. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Okay, now pick one. Thank you. Michelle Davis, congratulations. Say good job. No more. We got a winner. We have a winner. Say good job.
Good job.
guys, so we're here at a local at my house, and everyone's going to taste the Pro Bars, and they're all looking at me because they know they're going to go on live. So hold on. So Jenny and Ray, say hi.
Hello. Hi.
So the white one is the birthday cake. We'll try birthday cake first.
Okay. Sorry. Maybe I should. Maybe I should take out.
I won't look at you while they're eating, and we'll come back.
I just like to throw that out there.
Birthday cake we're trying first, the white one. And you're on live. Say hi, everybody.
Hi. I have the birthday cake. I can't
Try the birthday cake. Madison, you want a birthday cake?
Just go ahead. Yeah, touch them all.
Birthday cake is the white one.
Ooh, birthday cake.
And say hi, you're on live.
Hi.
Hola.
Oh no. There we go.
You do.
Birthday cake.
I've already had birthday cake.
Birthday cake. You're on live. Say hi.
Hi.
Let's go get Michaela.
I agree with that. Blue
Hold
eyed
on, we
wolf.
have a Lulu room in our house right now too. Birthday cake. Try the birthday cake. Say hi, you're on live too.
Oh hey.
And that's really good for because you work out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So do you do protein bars now?
You're talking about Nexus.
I do, yeah.
Okay. So
Nexium.
how does that
Nexium.
taste?
Post-workout thing. This is really good. Yeah.
Okay, now try the cinnamon roll.
Oh man.
Compared to the protein bars you eat now, what do you think?
I like the texture of these a lot more.
They're not.
And they don't have that like weird protein taste to
Yes.
them too. So yeah.
Aren't they really good?
These are really tasty.
Okay, so now we're gonna do
Yeah,
the
Sherry,
cinnamon
it's
roll.
178 a month.
Cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon roll.
How was the birthday cake?
Wonderful.
It was good, wasn't it? Say hi, Nick. Cinnamon roll. Candy corn. Hey guys, it's Shanann and Bella. We're here to do the drawing from yesterday. Yay! We're drawing names for yesterday. For everyone who had entries yesterday into the drawing. Good luck, guys. Bella, come pick out a name. Hurry. Come pick out a name, please. Come pick out a name. All right, guys, let's go to Bella. Bella, pick out a name.
The male Karen, that's funny.
Oh, just one. Which one do you want to put back? That one? Okay. Who could it be? Who is
Yes,
it?
Stevie,
Who's
that's
gonna
right.
be the lucky winner? Who is it? Well, hurry. I'm losing my patience here. Oh my goodness! Woo!
And that's right too. And also a proprietary blend. I'm going to talk about this in a minute.
Menage. All right, guys. Our winner is Christina. Congratulations, Christina. Hold on, Mama. Hey, guys. So I'm here with my little munchkins. Hi. Yes.
Very expensive.
So hopefully this goes well. I'm gonna hold on, girls. Hold on. Girls. Bella, you want to go night-night? Celeste.
Oh, girl, I
Stop
didn't know
it.
you started a channel.
Look.
That's awesome. How did
All
I
right,
not
guys,
know
I can
that?
invite you because my kids are going
Go
crazy.
subscribe right now.
Say hi. Can we not fight, Bella? Stop it. I'm going to try to do this real quick. Bella. You guys are going to cut it out. It's supposed to be a positive video. Okay, you can have that, but you have to be a good girl. Remember what I said. Yeah.
Hi, Michelle.
Sorry. So, Elena's coming back up. Sorry about the frizzy hair. It's been a eventful couple of days of steam showers, so lots of humidity. So, Lori, if you can invite some people that were supposed to hold on, Mama, you can have it in just a second. Girls, we may have to redo this in a couple minutes. You want to go down? You want down? So I'm just going to go ahead and do the drawing real quick because it's going to be crazy. Hold on. I know you guys all want this little black bucket.
Oh my God, I know double R. I know.
Crazy. It's like I'm shaking candy here, you guys. You think I was giving candy out. Bella, sit back. I'll let you do it. I promise I'll let you do it, okay?
Oh, wow.
So I'm trying to keep it away from the kids. So hold on, I'm going to show you guys. So all the names are in the bucket. I wish everyone good luck and Merry Christmas. And I'm grateful to be able to pay it forward to my team and to all of you guys as well. So I'm going to, wait, I got to shake it. Let me shake it. Sorry, Cece, my hair in your face. All right, pick one name. Wait. Save. Pick one name. Oh, wait, I'll let you guys pick. Let's see. Who is it? Can I see?
Open it.
I can open it. Let me help you. Deborah Lynch. Deborah Lynch, congratulations. You won a full month of Thrive. I'll get to with the team and see who you were referred by. Look, there you go. Good job. Mitch, she is a wild one.
What?
So congratulations,
The blood
Deborah.
wasn't Shanann's? I never heard
super
that. I
excited,
need to ask you
and I
about
can't wait to
that.
get you started with your Thrive experience. And everyone have a Merry Christmas. And if you are interested in Thrive, today's the last day to get your free DFT, which is $50 off your Thrive experience, which is incredible. Today's the last day till midnight. So congratulations again. And I'm super excited to get you started on your Thrive experience.
Look how happy Bella is
You
now.
opening
She's
more?
like,
Okay.
I just wanted to help my
Say bye.
mama. I want to help. I want to sell
Bye.
Thrive.
Say bye, Cece. All right, guys. Have a great day. Talk to you soon. All right. Celeste, out of the toilet. You want to go get your sister?
No.
No? You're no help kid.
Yeah, I know, Lee Johnson. That is that's a tough one. I know.
But I think she's just stuck in the toilet.
Eric, it's she's stuck in the toilet. It's a local where a lot of us get together. The CEO is coming. They're announcing the Thrive 2.0 in January, which is going to be huge. But a local is kind of where a bunch of us get together. We share our experience and just network, meet people. It's a lot of fun, especially this one. This one's going to be amazing. I don't know if you guys hear Cece, but she's playing with the toilet.
I hear her.
I hear her too.
I forgot to put audio on these pictures. Whoops. That's right, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. So Michelle does know about Thrive. She says, if it's Thrive 3-step, it was $150 a month. And if you did half the capsules and half, half capsules, lifestyle mix, and DFT, it would last 2 months. Most start with half because some only need half depending on their needs. Okay. So let's see. When I did it, it was actually more than, well, I'll tell you, when it was $190 a month for the basic regimen. But I was also I ended up getting the duo burn patches, which I know are a little more. But okay, so let's talk about the ingredients. So just want to get clear on that. And also, I do, Maggie. I can get to that in a minute. I have that information. Actually, I think we're going to get to it tonight. Okay. I'll tell you that in a minute, DTC. And also, if you send me your address, email me your address, I'll send you what I have DTC prime time. I have no problem with that. I want to do that. I just keep forgetting to get your address. Okay. So the ingredients in the capsules and, the different drinks and anything that you're ingesting, guys, it's nothing weird that any, health food store products would not have. And honestly, high-end, good health, quality health food store products. Okay. I mean, they are. Okay. I personally believe that you get your best nutrients from getting them naturally, from eating foods, vegetables, legumes, whatever that has those vitamins and minerals. Now, I know not everyone can do that because you don't have access. There's not enough time. It's too expensive, whatever. It's like, yeah, I get it. Life is crazy. So, but for being a supplement product, the ingredients are high quality. So let's see. All right. So yeah, I'll share this page with you here because this is correct. And then we're going to go into the bankruptcy stuff. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, let me take down the comments here for a minute so you can all see what's going on. I'll tell you how much the patches are in a minute. Jeez, I should be selling Thrive here. I could start a little side business. I'm just kidding, guys. All right, so ingredients in the Thrive patches. Now, remember, there's the original DFT. There is, which stands for dermal fusion technology, right? And then there is the black label or the white label, which those are the ones that I personally like. And then there's the Duo Burn, which the Duo Burn is called the Duo Burn because each application you're supposed to wear two, one on the right side of your body essentially and one on the left side. And that's why it's called a Duo Burn, Nicole Kessinger, the bitch formerly known as Nicole Kessinger, because remember in her interview, one of her interviews where she was babbling at Kevin Kovac, she's like, he was double dipping. He was wearing two. He was not. Okay. So here's the ingredients. So we have Force Lean. And two of these, I don't know. It's going to, I can't remember which is proprietary here. It doesn't matter. So there's Force Lean, is one of the branded ingredients. I just had to read the first sentence. This is one of the proprietary ingredients. Force Lean is one of the branded ingredients used in Thrive Patch, and it's extracted from Coleus forskolhi. I don't even that word, which is a subtropical plant. If we follow the word of the manufacturing company, Force Lean can be considered to be an ancestor of wild kaffir potatoes, which are a type of tuber growing under the ground tubularly. Then there's cosmoporine. I don't know how to pronounce that either. It looks a little too much like morphine for my taste, but that's all right. So that word I can't pronounce is a component of black peppercorns. And this ingredient is used in Thrive Patch because it helps our body in the absorption of other nutrients. Then we also have white willow bark. And it says the bark of white willow trees is obtained from several different varieties. And white willow bark, I think, helps to make you eliminate the nutrients you eat. Then there's CoQ10 or coenzyme 10. And CoQ10 is a compound that is soluble in fat and can be found to be present in nearly every cell of our body because our cells make use of this compound for their maintenance and growth. CoQ10 in high concentrations can also effectively help with migraine headaches. When I used to get migraines frequently, CoQ10 was, and I had to take like, you were supposed to, I don't know, it was prescription, but you take a lot more than you would like for your daily dose of CoQ10. Got rid of my migraines real quick. Probably doesn't work for everyone, but just a little trick for you if you suffer from migraines. So then we have this Garcinia cambogia, which is a tropical fruit. There have been studies conducting on its effects on weight loss. It's been found that, yes, it is helpful in aiding weight loss because it helps to reduce the fat in your body. It contains the active ingredient HCA, or hydroxycitric acid, which I also know is supposed to be effective in weight loss. Green coffee bean extracts. Yep, and that's that. So those are the ingredients, guys. It's nothing, it's really truly nothing crazy. There's something extra in the Duo Burn one, but you know, it's not like an amphetamine. It's not anything you'd call a speed. You know, that would certainly be illegal. The FDA would not allow that. And, you know, most people wouldn't be able to handle it, or they'd get addicted to it. I don't know. Something would happen, but that would be crazy. So that is not the case. So I just wanted to get clear on that. Okay. Rosa, here, I'll put it in chat. It's CoQ10. And I know that this worked really well for my cousin who's always suffered from migraines as well. But again, everyone's different. Whenever I see CoQ10, though, I'm just like, oh, that little miracle mineral or whatever it is. Oh, maybe. Let's see. Mary Kay Cat. That's just funny. I don't know. I have to wonder where Nicole Kessinger is today. I know. I'm just checking out chat before we move on here really quick. Yeah, I mean, this is something that was said by one of Chris Watts' friends. Actually, I think it was said by two different people, a coworker and a friend, or one of them said it, one of them implied it, that they stopped following Shanann on Facebook because, you know, she was just posting fast and furious about Thrive stuff. But man, that's what somebody had made a comment here saying that there are some other channels that talk about, you know, the similarities between various MLM companies. And that is the case. I myself have been involved in 3, actually 4. I just saw about that the other day, but the 4th one was like, what was it? doTERRA for essential oils. That was part of my yoga business. I didn't sell it, but I guess, I don't know. I can't remember actually, but I was involved for sure. Like trying to sell and be successful in 3 MLM businesses in my lifetime. And, you know, I've told stories about them before and I'll tell them again, but let's go to the bankruptcy documents. That's funny. DTC Primetime. Yeah, please email me your mailing address. Okay. I'll try to get a package out to you on Monday. Okay. You're so funny. Double R. Kelly will be having me on as a special guest. Tune in. I asked her earlier what was going to be the subject of tomorrow's Members Only Live. Sensitive subjects. You can come up if you want to. I would love to hear from you, Double R. Yeah, Black Label is the one that I like. No, okay, so you're right, Jennifer Bradford, and I was thinking about that as soon as I said FDA, so now I have to clarify, and I should have anyway, so thank you. FDA does not regulate Thrive products. However, they do take part in overseeing that products do not contain ingredients or substances that have been banned or outlawed, you know, in the United States, clearly. So yeah. So that's just to be more specific on that. I don't want to give anyone the wrong impression. Yeah, everyone reacts to the patches differently for sure. I know they listed Dieter as being worth $5. I know. Okay, on to the bankruptcy filing. So here we go. All right, now, let's see. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I know what I'm going to do. Because I did create some screenshots earlier of some of the items in the bankruptcy filing that might be of the most interest to you. Because I know when you're just looking at this PDF, as I have it on my computer, it's really hard to read. So I want to get those, and let's just listen. It's a very short part of this video, which is the video that I uploaded recently of Cindy Watts' third part, or the extension of chapter 5 of All of My Broken Pieces. It was documented, it was written down, it was recorded. This part, for whatever reason, and I'm not sure what that reason is, I've heard a couple different things and I don't know which one's true, did not make it into the book All My Broken Pieces. There is some controversial, I think definitely very interesting topics discussed in this portion of the 5th chapter of the book All My Broken Pieces, Cindy Watts' narrative of her story. But you know what? There's controversial topics discussed throughout the entirety of that book. So it makes me wonder why this extension of chapter 5 was not included in the book, but everything else was. So you got to think there has to be a reason, right? I don't know. Just something to think about, or something I'm thinking about, I guess. All right. So let me bring that in. Can someone put DTC Primetime's channel link in chat again? Because I want to make sure I go check it out. Okay. Recollections and so it's kind of right in the beginning when she starts talking about that. So I'm going to guesstimate where that is. And I'm guesstimating right about where I put the picture of the Lexus. So let's see. Never told us about the bankruptcy at all. I found out later. Nothing is an accident on my channel. And there wasn't much in the way of medical debt in 2015 when they declared bankruptcy. Right now. Hold it. I gotcha. Get this on my phone really quick. Because what was working so you guys could hear me was the one thing that wasn't working for me to hear anything. All right. Let's see what happens here. But there was $70,000 in unsecured debt, stuff they had bought. Somewhere in there, Chris had sold his Mustang to get cash for the Lexus down payment lease. By then, he had his work truck. When I look at the bankruptcy filing, but she did speak to us about bankruptcy feedback for a second. Sorry. Okay. Debt with. Hi, JJ. How are you? Nice to see you. Oops. Whoopsie, whoopsie, whoopsie. There I go doing that again. Okay. Oh, I never press play. My gosh. Oh, guys, here we go. With all of the medical bills. Now this goes back to Cindy Watts narrating again. Sandra and Frank were way ahead of us then. Chris never told us about the bankruptcy at all. I found out later, after. And there wasn't much in the way of medical debt in 2015 when they declared bankruptcy, but there was $70,000 in unsecured debt, stuff they had bought. Somewhere in there, Chris had sold his Mustang to get cash for the Lexus down payment lease. By then, he had his work truck. When I
Michelle,
look at the
I should
filing,
get like we
so
should
much money
get some more information, contact
Closed
information from you. So if
trips they
anybody
could have
does want
afforded.
to,
Sandy and Frank
get the right
had
products,
to
send
give
to
them
me.
money for their passports. If they couldn't pay for that, what in the world did they go on any of those trips that were really just parties where they bought more overpriced clothing, this time Thrive stuff? It was crazy spending. Chris claims now he didn't know about their money situation. I say, really? 2 years later, they were right there again. And it's not too hard to figure out. He was making $60,000 a year. Their mortgage was $2,700, another $150 for the homeowners, $2,000 a month for daycare, $600 a month for car payments, not counting insurance.
I can't hear the video I'm
They
playing.
were already
Are they still talking about
negative
financial
before
stuff or
utilities
not?
and food. So why go on pricey trips and buy clothes and toys and get your nails done on Shanann's part? They treated money like monopoly cash. In 2 short years, they were underwater again, having learned nothing, and apparently neither had their banks. Because how anyone was so stupid to give those two credit
thank you very much, JJ.
is beyond me.
Okay. So, all right. So, are
Bella
we
and
going to go back to
Celeste
talking about
back
the
in-
dog scent? Maybe, no, probably not. We can do that another time. We can do it tomorrow night. But it wasn't the advertised topic for this live stream, so I didn't want to spend more time on it. I already talked about it a lot just because it was something that was going on today, you know? And DTC Primetime, oh my gosh. Welcome to my life and a lot of other people's lives. She said, having a channel is so hard. I spent 9 hours on a 6-minute video. LOL. That is no joke. Seriously, it's crazy. Like, you know, that's another thing that to me is, you know, really absurd about people calling for certain channels who have not done anything wrong to be shut down. If people knew the amount of work that creators put into, I don't know, if you're putting out, uploading videos, you're editing videos, in my opinion, I love doing live streams because I like, you know, hearing from all of you guys in real time. And I know that other people like the chat community. I think it's awesome. And I didn't do live streams for a while on this channel. I personally think doing live streams is much, much easier than uploading videos that you create yourself. And let's see. What did I want to read? It was a trolley comment. So like this, like, okay, you need to be shut down. How dare you bash this poor dead mother? I heard your nastiness and blaming SW for neglecting her kids. This whole channel is disgusting and you will reap what you all sow. You know, so if you were aware of the content throughout the whole channel and the range of different topics and the different angles that we take, or I'm going to take responsibility for this whole thing, different angles I take on one topic, particularly in the human dynamics, the relationships between the people involved in this case, particularly the family dynamics. That's the reason I started this channel initially. Yes, I've always had issues or concerns about issues of justice for sure, but I felt like from my experience and what I've what I've had experience in, that is something I could perhaps offer a platform to, invite other perspectives in and talk about the family dynamics, because who doesn't have issues of family dynamics or some interpersonal dynamic in their life? Well, basically, if you're a monk living on a mountain, or Ted Kaczynski living out in the middle of nowhere, well, obviously he had some issues of interpersonal dynamics as well, clearly. Yeah. So unless you're a monk living on a mountain by yourself, you're interacting with other people, usually every day in some way. And, as human beings, what's more worthwhile, or, a better topic for us to consider to improve the quality of our own lives, and to talk about how people relate to one another, and observing how others relate to one another, and discussing it and analyzing it and thinking about it. That is reflected in the way we relate to other people, the way we relate to ourselves, the way we hold certain standards of behavior acceptable or not. And hopefully all that is going to lend towards self-improvement. Thank you for your comment, Amanda Taylor. Moving on. Okay, the bankruptcy filing. Double R, did you want to come up and say anything? Because you are absolutely welcome to. Good question, Holly. Yes. How do they even get credit? Oh, I know. I don't. That's a tough one. Yes, that's true. Thank you, Chris Stacy. Yeah, I don't bash Shanann. I mean, I say things. I've said certainly. I said things about Shanann that aren't. I don't even know how to. It's just the truth as I observe it after doing a lot of observing, and usually in topics that I do have some background knowledge in. I've said not a million, but I said many wonderful things about Shanann as well, because that's how I see it. She's a person. She has some really crappy qualities, and she has some really awesome qualities. That's just what's up. Thank you, Edward Schwenk. You're awesome. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I don't think I bash anyone. I definitely don't mean to. If it comes across that way, I don't know. I'm happy to hear about it. And if I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize I was doing that, or I'll change it. But sometimes it's about the person who's listening. Okay. All right. So here we have the United States Bankruptcy Court filing. So this is obviously a voluntary petition. And, I inspected this whole document when I first was aware that when I was first able to access it a long time ago. And I've, checked it out since, have not for a while. And as I was telling you, I was looking at it really closely again just the other day. So, of course, this filing is going to have all of your basic things going on here. Something that's important is the chapter of bankruptcy code under which the petition is filed. So they're filing under Chapter 7. So what does Chapter 7 mean? I'm going to tell you from my layperson's perspective. If we have any financial or accounting experts in chat, please do let me know, because I'd love to throw this to you. This is not my cup of tea, but I do know about this stuff, and I did research it to make sure I was right in what I was thinking. So Chapter 7 is going to allow you to discharge, basically means these debts are going to go away when you're discharging them. Most debt, including unsecured debt, such as massive amounts of credit card debt when in proportion to your income, and a lot of other things. You can discharge a lot of debts. You can never discharge the following: federal student loans, and certain kind of health bills. So student loans, certain kinds of health bills, and I feel like I'm missing something. I'm going to go, let me just get current on checks. If any of you know anything and you'd like to offer up some information, wink, wink, that'd be terrific. Yeah, that's right. Jennifer, let's see. Yeah. Okay. So I want, before moving on to this, and thank you for this, I want to make sure I wasn't missing anything. So it will not be just discharged. So student loans will not be discharged ever. Certain medical bills will not be discharged ever, no matter what. They're just not dischargeable. They're not touchable through a bankruptcy filing. So now Jennifer Bradford says, in regards to what chapter of bankruptcy the Watts family was or Chris Watts and Shanann Watts were filing for, she says, you reaffirm on secure debts like cars and the house. So that's accurate. So what does that mean in practical terms? It means you can file bankruptcy. You can likely have the eligible debts that you carry discharged, which is going to be just about everything other than student loans and certain medical bill debts. And you can still keep your house and your vehicle or vehicles. Now, if they were filing under a different chapter, that would mean if they went ahead with the filing, they were eligible to also lose their home and vehicle or vehicles. In this case, it would have been vehicle because the one vehicle that they drove was a work truck. But anyhow, in certain situations, for certain debt financial situations, people actually do want to file with their house and eligibility for file on their house too. They don't want to have that anymore. They just simply can't, afford it. They're too underwater on it. I don't know what the specific situations are. I shouldn't have even started to expand on that. Student loans get forgiven if you become disabled. Certain student loans do. Yeah. I mean, federal student loans, of course, are the ones that are really, really sticky. I know because I still have in student loan debt at 43 years old. Okay. So I'm reading your comments and they're all good ones, but I'm going to keep going through this. All right. So their filing is individuals, which obviously makes sense since they're not incorporated or anything like that. Now, something you should notice is not there yet. Sorry. Maybe I should just get, it's all right. I'm just going to scroll down rather than getting the screenshots I took because I forgot to get them up while you're watching that video because I was reading your comments because they were good ones. So I'm just going to scroll through for now. All right. So how much were these two in debt for? And, what were they claiming was their income? And what are we going to learn were their debts? Something important to notice here is the date. So this is really going to be the big point, of covering this topic. So Shanann signs and Chris also signs these documents on June 4th, 2015. So just for some context, if you're familiar with the Watts case and the history of their life, this is, Bella is like 1.5 years old at this point. And this is 2 weeks before Cece's born. Okay. There was a lot of other things going on as well. And we're going to look at that after we just take a peek at some of the key parts of the filing. Okay. So now this is interesting here. All right. So this is their claimed income from employment or operation of a business.
Now, we're going to go from the year 2013 to current, which at this time was 2015. So they claimed that in 2013, both of their employment income equaled $147,256. So that's like $150,000 a year for a young couple who had not even yet had a child until the very end of that year. That's a really decent living, even if the area in Colorado they were living in was, a high cost of living. That's not so bad when you're in your, late 20s, right? So in 2014, their combined earned income was $90,789. So their combined earned income from 2013 to 2014 decreased by almost $60,000. Over $60,000. No, almost $60,000. Wonder why that is. We're going to take a look at it. And for the year 2015, and here they're just noting this is the year to date. So they're only including their income that's been earned up to that point. The combined income had been $40,000. So they did file in June. So that's approximately halfway through the year. So if this is the income for the year to date, I guess you could roughly double that. It would be about $80,000. So again, it went down significantly after 2013. And there was still a further, I don't want to say it's not significant. $10,000 a year is significant too, but a lesser decrease from 2014 to 2015. So now we can look at what their debt was comprised of. Oh, wait, there's going to be a more itemized list of their assets. This is when we find out that Dieter was valued at $5. I'm sorry, Dieter. Okay, so they have real property in the amount of $400,000. So that's what their house is appraised to be worth. They have personal property valued at $13,000. They have creditors holding secured claims at $378,000. So that is the mortgage. All of that is the mortgage. Okay. And really, how long had they been in that house at that point? 2 years. So they were really just paying, and no, they could not have. They were just paying interest on their mortgage. They couldn't even been paying into principal when they were paying their monthly mortgage. So what that means is they weren't even really paying down what they owed monthly. It looks like, and somebody, if you think I'm wrong, go ahead and tell me why. It looks like they were just paying interest on the mortgage, basically. So unsecured debt is $70,000. And that's, that is what it is. Okay, so here we have student loans valued at $11,000. And this is, these are the debts that are not dischargeable. So as I was saying, student loans, they don't have anything about medical debts in this section. Other things that would not be dischargeable are domestic support obligations, child support, certain kinds of taxes, claims for death or personal injury, other kinds of domestic support like spousal support, and those are the big ones. Yes. Okay. So again, their big debt is their unsecured debt. Read credit cards, $70,000.
So here is a list of, let me check in chat. Make sure you guys are still with me, because if this is boring you, I will go past it. But let's see. That's cute. Who is that? Let's see. Utter Band is a marching band. Too much to formally introduce me to the Watts. If you want a marching band, I will get you a marching band, double R, okay? It's consider it done. Is Pride or Honesty in his house? Pride or Honesty, yay. So nice to see you. What does Pride or Honesty say? I hang on every word. Considering how annoying teachers bark, $5 is no. Stevie asks if the student loan, I believe, is from NASCAR University or whatever. I believe that the student loan debt was from nursing school, Shanann's nursing school. At least that's what Cindy Watts had said at some point. She said that Chris Watts had paid for the NASCAR school, and that was all taken care of. Oh, this is a really good question. Holly asks, can people file every few years? The law with bankruptcy is every 3 years you can file. That is a federal regulation, and a bankruptcy report will stay on your financial record from 7 years or 11 years, depending on some details that I honestly don't know enough about to tell you how that would be worked out. That's super deep, but you're right, Stevie. I mean, any business is, in essence, a pyramid scheme. It's just a safer bet. If you're employed by a traditional kind of business, well, for example, there's an HR department. If there is an issue that comes up, if there's some kind of conflict between you and somebody else who's on your team or whatever with the MLMs, there's HR to deal with it. I had a crazy situation. This person who the last MLM I got involved with, the one that I decided I was going to work it and I was going to make money, I was going to work its compensation structure until it was no longer favorable, and then I was going to force myself to quit, which I did. I just went onto my Facebook, saw somebody was a consultant for this company because I researched it. I knew which company I wanted to work. And, I had a connection with this person. I contacted her. She had never signed up a consultant under her. She didn't really do anything, not to be mean or whatever. She didn't know how to do it. I kind of showed her how to do it. So the person who was her big sister, I call them, her upline, was like very involved in being a consultant for this company, like really, 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 really. And at some point, just because I had this plan when I was going into it, not because I was any better than her or anything, but I just knew how I was going to approach it before I even got involved. I surpassed her in the level that we were at and how much I was making for the few months I was involved. She really didn't like that. And she went batshit crazy, like super psycho, like some, you imagine, like single white female kind of thing. It was crazy. And I really wished that I had an HR department to report this to, at least. So if I ended up, if something bad ended up happening to myself or my property or my loved ones, then people might even be able to know what to do about it. She was really super crazy. So anyway, conventional, traditional businesses have those certain structures built into them, including, kind of rights you have as an employee, rights and responsibilities. So you can't just be terminated at any time on the fly for most companies. MLMs have none of that. And for some people, that's actually a benefit. That's a good thing. But I think for the average person, that's not a good thing. And I think a lot of people don't realize any of that when they're getting into it. And it ends up being a hard experience for them. Not always true. Some people have a good experience and they're successful from the start with MLMs. God bless their souls. They don't have any bad experiences to talk about. And all kinds of people make the world go round. All right. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, animals can need really expensive surgeries. And it's like, well, either that or they're not going to survive the night. Like, what do you do? You know? Yeah, I think valuing Dieter at $5 is a little mean too. Okay. I mean, this is a really good point. Yes. But listen. So Stevie says HR serves the company, not the employee. I think that you're right. Ultimately, yes, they do. But in serving the company, they have to at least have a function of serving the employees or being useful to the employees or being valuable to the employees, or at least have the appearance of doing so, or else it's not going to work. HR in their position, because they are a bridge between the corporate aspect of the company and the employees, can't serve the company without, to some degree, serving the employees, don't you think? You can't file Chapter 7 again for 8 years? Are you sure about that? I mean, it sounds like you know what you're talking about, but okay. Yeah, maybe that might be the case. I will defer. I will defer to, I'm not a financial expert. If somebody knows better, please let me know. Yes, I agree with you about that, Tony. That's my experience too. Well, okay, so Shanann was, I need to be able to somehow table all of these comments and questions that are great that I want to get to without having to jot them all down here, because I don't have enough attention span to run this and jot them down too. She had been taking classes in a program that it sounds like was covering the prerequisites for her to go into a professional nursing program. Hi, Colleen Casey. Welcome. So nice that you made it. A couple other people who finally made it for the first time. I'm really glad to have you here. All right. Molson Man. Hi, Life Gail. How are you? Welcome. Hi, Diane. How are you? Shanann had you said shipping addiction. I think you mean shopping addiction, in my opinion. She may have. I think, I said this in a recent live stream. I think that MLMs themselves have an addiction quality to them. I think they have a quality to them that's similar, that has the same reasoning as a person who becomes addicted to gambling. I see that very strongly. Well, Kurt, let's see. Kurt says, let me read your whole comment first. Then we're going to go back to the filing. Traditional businesses are not pyramid schemes. I have established my own horseback riding business, therapeutic and general. However, I do not have the support of an HR department on the campus. Okay. So I didn't say that a traditional business is like a pyramid scheme, or is a pyramid structure. I'm calling it structure only if it has an HR department. What I mean is this, and I think your business is a pyramid structure. There's one person usually at the very top, the founder, the primary beneficiary of the proceeds, success, or profit of the business. Or maybe, in some cases, there's a couple people at the top, like one or two, or a small amount. And then there's a few people under them. Now, if your business is only, if it's like when I opened my yoga studio in Philadelphia, there was myself, the front desk person, and 2 other teachers. There was 4 of us. You can't even make a pyramid with 4, right? But the point is, the person with the most power and the most decision-making ability and power within the business, and oftentimes that is also means the most knowledge about anything that needs to be known for the business to run, is at the top. There's some people under that person. There's a couple of people under those people, And it might be very small. It might be a restaurant. It might be I don't know, but yes, they're all pyramid schemes. Someone at the top and more people as you go down. Okay. Jennifer, you are super knowledgeable about this. You want to come up and talk about it? Would you be willing to do that? If you're not up for it, I don't want to pressure you, but I love that you know what you're talking about. Yeah, yes. So I know of this too. Michelle Gardner says, I personally know people that file every 2 to 3 years and have really nice things and have brand new cars. They max out their credit cards and they get to keep everything. If I did that, I'd be in jail. That's what I feel like too. I know. And I know people who do that too. It's crazy. Ah. So Jennifer Bradford says, that's how they were able to get credit after their Chapter 7. They were most secured than they could have attached Chris's wages. I didn't even understand that. Yeah. I would. Well, I'll see if you do want to come. Oh, good. You're going to come up. That's awesome. Yay. You're awesome. That's terrific. Okay. So Jennifer Bradford's going to come up. I'm not sure why she knows so much about financial stuff. Maybe she is a CPA. Maybe I don't know what. We're going to find out from her, but she's coming up. I'm so happy about this. Here you go. Oh, sorry, I just need to take a drink there. Cool. Hi, how are you, Jennifer?
Hey, how are you, Kelly? I did
I can't
mortgage
hear you.
loans.
Hold it. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait
hold
a
on.
minute. Give me a second here. I forgot about
Okay.
this little problem I got. Hold it. Got to change my earbud. Give me a minute. Is that on or off? Or is that low battery? Okay. Now I'm going to turn back on. Just going to talk you through the process because I know y'all want to know. Okay, there we go. All right. Let me just see if I play a video if it's going to work. It's not. Let's see. Give me a moment. Oh, hey, Jennifer, you know what? I don't need to hear you. If you want to just start talking about how bankruptcies work to all the wonderful people who are watching right now, why don't you go ahead and do that while I figure my shizzle out?
Okay. So I used to work.
And I did. So I can't properly respond. Sorry.
I did finance for like I was one of the people who Shanann worked for Dirty South. So I worked for American General. We would finance people for their cars and stuff through those types of businesses. I worked for American General, then Beneficial, and then Quicken Loans. So I evaluated people's credit all the time. And basically, after a Chapter 7, they changed a lot of these bankruptcy laws. And so they made it so that people couldn't just file and file and file every few years. So what you could do is you could file a Chapter 7, you could wipe out all your debts. And then 4 years later, they would have been eligible to file. It's been a long time, either Chapter 13 or Chapter.
Hold it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. I can finally hear you. But all of a sudden I'm the armchair detective playing in the background that I was watching earlier. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So they, they can, like what they could have possibly done 4 years after their Chapter 7 is they could have done like another chapter. I believe it's 13. It's either 11 or 13, but it's like a reaffirmation of all their debts. And they basically go on like a repayment plan where they pay the trustee for the bankruptcy and they have a payment every month that they have to meet. Like, let's say they had, 70,000 again in debt that they needed to get rid of. Well, they couldn't discharge all of that and just wipe it out, wipe it away. They're not going to do that. A percentage of it is going to have to be paid back depending upon what the trustee decides. So if the trustee decides, so if they say, okay, you got to pay back 25%, then they're going to have a repayment plan with the trustee. So they right
Now,
after a chapter.
aren't some people just discharged free and clear though?
If you file Chapter 7, you're discharged free and clear, but you can only do that every 8 years. So
Okay, there we go. That's the nuance I didn't understand. Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Okay.
So then basically what would have happened if they're 3 months behind on their mortgage. So what their options would have been at that point, if they were not 4 years out, they would have had to be 4 years out. If they were 4 years out and they could have held off that mortgage, what they could have done is they could have reaffirmed their debts and then basically taken their back mortgage payments, and the trustee would have put them into a payment plan and they would have had to follow that.
Nice.
But the reason I say that they probably were offered, Cindy, that book basically says, hey, why did they give them credit? Well, after a Chapter 7, they look at people and go, well, we know you can't file another one. We know he has a good job at an oil company. So if you go bad on your debts, we can go ahead and just attach Chris's wages. So they're more secure after a Chapter 7.
Okay.
That's why.
Wow.
That's why they were able to get all that stuff.
Damn. Is this like, do you do this? What do you do for a living?
I was in mortgage and finance for 20 years.
There you go. Da, 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 da. We always have an expert in chat. I knew it. That's awesome. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
You're welcome. I'll step down, but that's how that works. And I'm not, now the student loan debt, now that is one thing that I think, and I don't know, don't quote me on this one because I am not that knowledgeable in student loan debt, but I was under the impression that if you had some type of a disability, I'm not saying that you're on disability, but if you have some type of an illness or whatever, you may qualify for that to be deferred. So she could have maybe been saying, okay, I've got lupus, whatever, and had that deferred, and she wasn't making payments on it for that reason.
You're totally right about that. Yep.
So.
My gosh.
Okay, I'm going to step down, but I just wanted to kind of give you the backdrop on that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
No problem. Anytime.
Hey, Jennifer. Woohoo! Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. So, all right. Well, that was great. So we all learned something, I think. Last sleep session, 111-minute live. 111-minute live. Oh, yeah. I like that. That's an idea? Yeah, I'd love to keep it 100-minute 11 minutes too. Yeah, we're going to do 111-minute live. Then we'll know how long that phone call was. I love it, Ara. That's beautiful. Good idea. Such brilliant moderators around here. Okay, so really quick, let me get back to this. I'm going to just blow this up so you can see it. Okay, so what we're looking at here is... Okay, so they're saying we have $860 some odd dollars. I'm going to round, okay, in our checking account. We've got $6 in our savings account. We have now this. This is problematic for me. I don't like this because this is just dishonest. I mean, I don't know. I think I'd be afraid to be dishonest in a bankruptcy filing, but I mean, tell me if you guys think that this is anywhere near right. Household goods, furnishings, including audio, video, and computer equipment. So they list their living room set, their television, their dining room set, the stove, the refrigerator, which we know they just paid $4,000 for. Oh, no, they got that afterwards. Miscellaneous appliances, 2-bedroom sets, toys, laptop, desk, lawnmower, tools, washer and dryer. They value at $1,400. Seriously now. Artwork, $50. Clothing, $500. I mean, 3 of Shanann's pairs of shoes were worth $500. Come on now. Furs and jewelry, $500. Oh no, $1,000. Didn't know that they had all those furs. Firearms, sports, photographic, and other hobby equipment. Random. And that's a camera they listed, $50. And then interest and insurance. They say whole life insurance policy through USAA. Current cash surrender value, wow, was $500. Well, we know what that insurance policy turned into when it was paid out, which I think was $450,000. Well, that was the payout part. Anyway,
So now they list some things like the interest in the IRA is $600. And Ford Mustang, at this point, they still had. They listed it just over $8,000. And then here we go, guys. Everyone get ready. Start building up those tiers. Get ready to shed. Dieter. It's only valued at $5. We love you, Dieter. So that is sad. Dieter. Hold it. Let's pop a picture of Dieter up here. Everybody take a moment to give homage to Dieter. Which one? Oh, I don't think I have the. Oh, yeah, I do. No, I don't. Never mind. I don't have the video up anymore. I'm ready to put his picture up. But we love you, Dieter. All good. Okay. All right. We're just going to get through the rest of this really quick and then look at what I think is the more interesting part of this, the timing of the bankruptcy relative to what was going on in real life. Not that this wasn't real life. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm still so happy Jennifer came up. I feel like, yeah, I would have left you with incomplete information for sure compared to what she was able to tell you. All right. So they have their assets that they clearly were dishonest about. I don't know. Is that common? If people file for bankruptcy, or, well, I guess with what some of you were saying, that you know people that file every 2 or 3 years and have new cars and this and that and da-da, they must be dishonest in their filing, right? Or I don't know too much about this topic, but I mean, I do, but I don't. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, no, I guess I don't know much about it. All right. So now we're looking at their debt. So we'll go through this as quickly as possible. We have, it's BB&T. So that's some kind of a bank or credit card. And it says credit card purchases for $15,000. Again, I'm going to round to the nearest thousandth or 10,000th, depending on what I feel like doing. Then we have Belk. Well, or unless it's not roundable to the thousandth, I'm just going to round. Belk was like $43. Okay. Belk is a like clothing store, department store. Capital One, $4,000. Capital One Furniture Row, $3,000. So those were all a total of about $22,000. Now we have Choice Recovery, which is a collection agency for chiropractic services, $740. Comenity, which is the company that has the Pier 1 credit card. Had that for a while, paid Comenity every month. They're trying to discharge $290. Federal Loan Servicing, which is student loans. Oh, okay. So are they saying they can? I don't know. That's $4,200. Ford Motor Credit. Nothing there because Chris was good and he paid off his stuff, because that would be the Mustang. Home Depot, $1,700. We have more medical services. Not really clear on what the nature of the medical services were, because it just says Kaiser Permanente, $1,300. We have a Macy's credit card, which is already gone to the bankruptcy department. So that's been going on for a while. That was about $1,600. And geez, my limit on my Macy's card is like $500. I think that's all it's ever been. These guys got like a lot of credit. Nordstrom's, about $3,000. All of these various store credit cards are easy to get though. Sally Mae servicing, which again is another student loan servicing thing. That's $7,000. But oh, I see. When you add together this student loan plus the value of the other student loan, it equals what they stated was their student loan debt, which is not going to get discharged. Okay, that makes sense now. They have a Sears credit card, which has already gone into a civil judgment. So this has been all used up for a while too at $1,500. They have a credit card from Sharon View Federal Credit Union. Always sucks to screw over your credit union. About $19,000. Stern Recovery Services. That was for radiology, $96. Toys R Us, $300. Credit card purchase from Toys R Us. USAA Federal Savings Bank, yet another credit card for about $4,000. Wells Fargo American Furniture, listing that debt is $1,500. Interesting. Just the two credit cards. Actually, there's three really, because there's Pier 1, which is home furnishings or furniture. The value of the debt from those credit cards is about $5,000. Yet they're listing their home furnishings as being worth $1,400. That just bothers me. I don't know why. It just does. It just seems really. It's like you're getting away with not paying back any of this debt, but you're going to lie about how much your home furnishings and furniture are worth by that much. I don't know. Is that normal? Do people do that? I have to go to chat. Yeah, lots of credit cards. Yeah, and Jennifer Bradford, such a good point. She could have sold the house, but probably wouldn't have found another home. Well, if they sold their house and then actually, let's say they rented a home that was a good fit for them, that was the size they actually needed, they probably could have taken care of all that debt. Do you think so, Jennifer? I mean, if they change their frame of mind and spending habits immediately. I know. Who has as many cars with the actual F? I know. Yeah, I know. Good question, Elizabeth. She says to Jennifer, so you're saying that Ann Meadows knew that they had bad finances? Why was she even talking to them about another house? Oh, I see. So your response, Jennifer, was to this question Elizabeth asked. Yeah. Ugh. They bought the house and they filed bankruptcy, Jennifer says. So you're being very objective, Jennifer, and I really respect that. But seriously, this is like a crappy thing to do, though, right? Yeah. Like, not good. Okay. Wow. I know. Green eyes. I feel the same. I couldn't sleep with that amount of debt. I mean, I hope that there were some nights where they didn't sleep because of this amount of debt. What do you guys think? I think I'm going to put up an official poll in the community section of the channel, but I'm just going to ask you guys, do you think that Chris Watts knew how much debt they had? Please type 1 if yes. I do think that he knew, or you can type yes. I guess yes and no isn't very much to type. Just type yes or no. Do you think Chris Watts knew how much debt they had? This is something else I was going to talk about. Colleen Casey says, Red X had that Don Joe guy on tonight, the guy that struck my channel 3 times, even though I didn't have any of his material on my channel, and then wrote me a nice email calling me the C word. Just for some context, that's Don Joe. Red X had that guy on tonight, and he announced what really happened. He has some kind of inside source. So I'm going to rephrase that, and I'm going to tell you what I think, because I did watch part of it. Red X did have that guy on tonight, and I wouldn't say he announced what really happened. I would say he offered his opinion on what he theorizes really happened based on some expertise he claims to have. That said, I think that his theory of all of these other people being involved, and specifically who I see they're pointing to now, I think is crap. What I really thought that I was impressed was, I can't say it delicately, but like that he gave his reason why he believes that Shanann left the home in the bed of the truck, not in the back seat, the way Chris Watts described it. And in that transport, she was in that kind of like fetal position that she was put into the earth in. You know what I mean? Yes, I agree. Utter nutter. I agree. Yeah, I know. DTC. I can't believe he's fooled you over. Utter nutter says that he's a con man. Yes, that's true. Don joke. Yeah. Anyway, so I just wanted to mention that. I don't want to go any further into it because I wasn't mean to say anything about that, to speak badly of him. Yeah. I don't think that Red X is a joke. I think that she's been easily misled. I think a lot of channels and people she's chosen to affiliate with are a joke. Conmen. Maggie says, hi, Maggie. Welcome. How are you? Says, NK seemed to know a lot about their finances. She sure did. And I personally, I'm sorry. I asked you guys a question. Let me see what you said. I asked you guys no, Ara, we don't trust him. You don't trust him. I'm not letting you. If you think that Chris Watts, I'm going to ask the question again. I'm looking at your answers from before. Do you think Chris Watts knew how much debt they were in, or even kind of how much debt they were in? Or do you think, no, he did not know? I don't think he knew. I think that, let's see. Yeah, we've got more no's than yeses. That's for sure. A lot more no's. I don't think he had any idea until I think NK enlightened him. You know, like we've said before, I think that NK I think she was slimy, but I think she was an intelligent person. And I think that she was onto it. I think he described how their finances were because obviously she was poking around and probing, and he gave her some answers. She figured out that things did not match up in the way that he was telling her. And I think she clued him into what was really going on with her finances. I mean, in that, what is an 8-page letter that she gave to law enforcement on September 4th, the Cover My Ass letter that talks about all of the things that they might find that she might get in trouble for, she extensively discusses her financial advice that she gave to Chris Watts. I don't think she would have just had all of that financial advice for him if the family's finances had not been a popular topic, at least in the very end of their quote unquote relationship. Let's see. Wow. So, wow. So Michelle Gardner is going on about the people that have, filed the bankruptcy but still have nice lifestyles. We'll say like that. She says, I know that they pay a lawyer a pretty good bit to do it. And my honest thinking is, why not just pay that towards all of your debt? I know. They all drive $70,000, $80,000 rides. Man, boats, nice homes, $500 purses. Yeah, that's crazy. I know a couple. Yeah, I know a few people like that too, actually. It's kind of gross. Yeah, I agree, Molson. So CW knew nothing about their financial situation. Maggie thinks so, yes. I haven't seen many yeses. Yeah, I agree, Leatherface. Only found out when Shanann was in North Carolina. Sarah says only Chris Watts could withdraw it from his 401k. That's true, but this is what I believe happened. And I think it's pretty clear that this is what happened. I mean, it's really spelled out. I think that Shanann told Chris that it was going to pay what they owed. They were behind on their mortgage. It was going towards catching them up on the mortgage. They did not catch up on the mortgage because Another set of financial documents tells us so. It's not in this documentation here for the bankruptcy filing. And I'm telling you guys, the $10,000, most of it went to Thrive. I would bet anything. I'd be willing. I'm not really a betting person, but I'm sure of it. Yeah, exactly. Yes, she should have. Yeah, I mean, that would be doing things the right way, right? Yeah, Ara makes a really good point. Wait, I have to take a drink here. Allergy, sorry. She says anyone can get on live and say that they have inside information from an anonymous source. People can have opinions. However, I do not respect them saying it's true. Oh, girl, that's such a great statement. Yes. Yes, that's his name, Missy. Yeah. Right. Interesting. Pride or Honesty says, I'm sorry, I know we have a few topics going on here. Hi, Truth or Transparency. How you doing, buddy? I'm still blocked on your channel, by the way. Guys, let's block Truth or Transparency. Give her a taste for real medicine. Feelings hurt. Okay. Pride or Honesty says, there's a point where the truck is being loaded, and I'm just kidding about that, by the way. Being loaded, that Chris Watts does something on the driver's side, then goes to the passenger side and opens the door. Seems like he pulled something heavy, though, like a body. So can you give me more detail about that, Pride or Honesty? I think I know what you're talking about, but hey, girl, how you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, if you can give more detail on that, that would be awesome. Yes, I can drop the link real quick. I am such a nice person. I'm the only creator I know that just lets you guys walk on and off whenever you want. All right, coming up, Ara. Oh, great. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. I think only like 2 people said that they believe that he knew about the financial situation. Oh, well, you're coming up now anyway, because I just created mental space for you. Come up. Please. I want to ask you something anyway. Ara. NK was an accountant, marriage counselor, dog expert, crystal expert, kid psychologist, and realtor. At the very least, girl, I'm certain you forgot some qualifications. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Kelly. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. I'm recovering from last night, so I don't want to be here too long.
What was last night?
Oh, I had a little, our friends were hanging out last night.
Oh, I never hear about this stuff. You guys don't like me.
Oh, well, no, they just, what? We're over there when we talk about you. We're like your groupies.
Oh, okay, cool. That's
yeah, but you're always
then.
welcome. Just yeah, no, please don't. Actually,
no, if I wasn't alive, I had to get rest last night. That's what I was doing.
I think if you showed up, I'd be like freaking out.
I want to, and yours and Curious Rose. I want to go to your live streams. I just have to know when they are, and then make sure that I do it
randomly. So I tell people if they want to know, just like subscribe, but I don't really push that because I'm afraid of the troll situation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I understand that. Yeah.
But you were talking about
I agree. DTC. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. The whole situation with like NK knowing, I put a comment in the chat. It says, I feel like she acted as an appraiser the first time she went into that house.
Oh my gosh, no doubt.
And then like in her interview, she says, when I walked into the house, and then she does that voice thing. She goes, she says, it looks like everything costs a lot of money. It's super expensive. Right? Like everything is super expensive.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
It haunts my brain, right? But she talks about it in detail. Everything looks expensive. I don't know how many
Yeah.
TVs they have.
Right.
I think she saw the shoe closet. I think she saw a lot of stuff.
I think she did too. I mean, yes, she did.
And maybe CW did have an idea, but for someone to throw it in his face, actually tell him about it, I don't think his parents really brought it up to him or her parents. I think they just kind of stayed away and didn't give him, parenting advice. So this woman comes in and just says, dude, why'd you get rid of your car? How do you afford all this? I almost guarantee that she was hounding him about it every single time. And then
I believe that's what happened as well. Yeah. I would bet. Yeah.
No, sorry, Kelly. And then emphasizing how she was so different. Remember, because she made sure to tell the cops about. He just cried in my arms.
That's right.
She had never met any woman like
proud
me.
of that.
Yes.
Yep. You're so right. Absolutely.
He didn't know women like me existed.
Ew.
Just threw up in my mouth.
So gross. Gross.
He just cried in my arms. He just, it's like you're telling me the guy that needs to Google how to feel when they love somebody cried in your arms.
No,
I don't think that happened. I don't think that guy can cry. He probably has to Google when is the right time to cry.
Yeah, right. I know. It's just not. Yeah. I mean, her stories to law enforcement, I'm sure stories she tells to anybody she encounters are just all about inflating herself.
Yeah, but that's just what I wanted to say. I'm gonna drop down because I'm enjoying the chat, and I just want to listen to you talk all night.
Okay, yeah, go for it. All right, ain't gonna be happening all night, but for as long as it's happening, go for it.
All right, love you, girl. I'll be here.
Love you too. Okay,
bye.
See you. Talk to you soon. Bye. Oh, that's our wonderful RR. One of the several moderator extraordinaires from Watts the Obsession. Oh, hearty har. I just caught my eye like that. Let's see. Let me just check. Oh, hey, Miss Raven. How are you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I know. Melissa Man says, but then she got pissed when he passed out of the sand dunes. Come on, NK. I know. She was just, she was one controlling Bizach. Like Shanann was controlling in a certain way, and MK was equally as controlling, maybe in a different way or maybe in some of the same ways. I mean, here's what I wanted. Okay. So Colleen Casey says, do you know that Lavelle had a penalty for divorces? That is some of the fine print I was intending on looking at tonight. So as advertised on the thumbnail for this live stream. So let me go to this is a good comment too. You're not doing anything but talking about what really happened, how or why, etc. They really have to accept this case is very polarizing. That's very well stated. Yeah. Huh. Did Truth and Transparency buy that brown bikini yet? That is the real question. So funny. Worship. I think John's legal sources are sovereign citizens. Don Joe's, yeah. Well, I was prepared for. I really cannot. Can we count the credit cards real quick here? Yes. Well, hold it actually, because I want to grab something else. It's going to take me a minute. And DTC, do you want to come up and say a couple words or any such thing like that? Does anyone want to come up and say a couple words for a few minutes? I have to. It's going to take me just a couple minutes to pull up what I need to pull up. I was just looking for it. It's not right here on my desktop or my whatever. It's not my desktop. Oh, yeah. I don't watch Red X. I just don't. Yes, he definitely did allow these women to control him. I agree. But I think that's just how he was, you know? I don't know. But so I don't watch Red X. I just don't feel like I need to. And she wrote some like nasty letter and uploaded it on her channel around that same time when Dave and Don Joe and her, they were just so mean and nasty. Whatever, she's like fine, but I don't really find her information to be solid all the time, and I just don't feel like I need to watch her for that reason. It's just like, ugh. No, you should have fun with it. That was so funny. Transparency, butter brown bikini. But I did know that was coming on tonight. Nancy informed me, of course. And so I wanted to see what he was going to say. I was prepared for it to be total 100% nonsense through and through. It was that one part where I did think he was onto something. Even though he's not my favorite, I will give him credit when I think he thought something through thoroughly and might be onto something. Can't say that about him too much, though. Oh, did I scare you away, DTC? You need a number for your own reference. Why don't I'll send you the bankruptcy filing, okay? Okay, so just give me one moment here while I grab what I need to grab. Let's see, what can I play while we're doing that? I'm just going to continue with all my broken pieces while I'm doing that because it's going to take me a few minutes. So here. Oh, good, Kurt. I'm glad you feel that way. Good. Oh, good. DCC. Oh, you've got to come up then. Good. Come on up. I know. I think I'm pretty sure I share your exact same sentiments, DTC. I remember one time you were like just really kind of enamored with Don Joe, and I was so surprised. But I guess that was a long time ago at this point. Yeah, I know. They go too far, CV. Yeah. Oh, and once again tonight, we were told that they are going to release that footage of the person walking out of the garage that is so clear you can positively and absolutely identify the person, and it is NK. And they have given that to law enforcement and the Attorney General's office and local law enforcement in the Frederick, Colorado area. Yet, obviously, no one's done anything about it. Bullshit. Hello. Whoops. Hello, DTC Primetime. What are you going to call bullshit on?
Well, I was just asking about the evidence that Don Joe cleaned up tonight in another chat, or maybe it was last night. Okay, and somebody who happens to be a moderator on your channel informed me that it was all a big hoax. So, yeah.
Oh. Well,
there's that.
That was all a big hoax. I think I know what you're talking about, but can you explain a little more?
The whole like, oh, we have such. Yes. So several months back, they had proclaimed to, and this was Don Joe's work apparently, clean up the 518 footage from Nate's CCTV.
Right. I was just talking about that while you were.
It was apparently. Yeah, it was apparently like groundbreaking. There was going to be no
crystal
question.
Clear. You could positively identify. Yeah, exactly.
And we're like, cool, yeah, let's see it. And they're like, no, we can't. We have to protect the integrity of the investigation. It's been turned over to the proper authorities, and internal affairs is investigated, and all of this. And I'm like, okay.
I was just saying all that same stuff because they keep saying they said it again. They said it again tonight.
Well,
they're going to release it, but not just yet.
Well, I had casually asked about it, just like, hey, whatever happened to that? Because I don't follow those channels anymore, and
right.
Somebody who happens to be a moderator for you said, well, yeah, I was asking so and so about that. who happens to be in on the hoax. And he said, oh, yeah, it was just a big lie. It was all a lie. There is nothing. Yeah. And it was all like a, behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, these people are just such frauds.
Yeah,
Really.
I know. That's right.
They don't care about the victims. They don't care about the victims' families. They don't care about the investigation. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about the evidence. All they care about is just fooling people and having a good hearty laugh about it behind the scenes.
That's right. I know. And you know what? And I absolutely knew everything you just said to be 100% true. But what I'm surprised about is that somebody actually admitted that. That's shocking to me. I mean, they are, wow.
And you know what? I don't feel bad about calling them out because you know what? If you're going to play dirty pool, somebody's going to catch you out on it. And you're not going to be a legitimate source for true crime on YouTube because there are legitimate sources out there that do the research and care about the truth and the facts. And eventually you're going to get found out and differentiated from the legitimate sources that people can trust.
That's right.
And well, enjoy it while it lasted because there may be a few people left that are still clinging to this, but if you don't see the proof, like how long is it going to take before you start to ask yourself, man, have I been fleeced here?
That's right.
I don't know.
You know what? So I've just decided with you bringing this up that what I'm going to do is, so the connections made between the bankruptcy filing and the discharge and all of that and the timeline and the context of what was going on in their lives, it's really going to just be actually, I think, too much for me to cover tonight because I was going to try to keep this down to 2.5 hours. So maybe we will continue that. I don't know if we should, if you guys have an opinion, let me know. We could do it, tomorrow night, or I could just make a follow-up video. What do you guys think? Because maybe I'm just going to let this naturally segue into what I told you in the beginning of the live stream. I was going to follow up with towards the end, which is some information that I just really feel an obligation to put out there for people to use their own discretion, use their own minds, make their own decisions, but know what they're dealing with when they are, watching or trusting some of these creators that I know too much about.
And just as a PSA, like if you're giving your hard-earned money to these people,
exactly,
like make sure that you can rely on the facts that they're bringing up. Like if they don't show you anything, then maybe there's nothing there. Maybe it's just all an illusion. Maybe they're all laughing about it.
That's right. Exactly. Totally.
And I don't know what was going on with Dave because I don't follow him either. But I know he was saying months back when I was a subscriber and a channel member of his that he was going to go out to Colorado and he was going to, start digging and survey. And I was like, well, that I'd like to see because I have questions about how long it actually takes to dig a hole in that kind of terrain.
Yeah.
So I'm on board if you want to do that, but don't hose your subscribers and raise money for it and
this is exactly I mean, this is exactly the message. So Jody is cool asked, was he in America? It's going around that he didn't go. I don't understand. He did not go to the United States, although he maintains that he did. And I'm going to tell you the really disgusting part about it. But here's how we know he did not go. So I'm going to show you something that has been aired on 2 different channels. Preach Queen's channel maybe a week ago. I know some of you emailed me and made me aware of it. I think I don't know. I saw it as soon as it came out. I was like, didn't understand it at first. And then I watched it again and I thought it was the best thing ever. And then Armchair Detective, was given this same information that did air on Preach Queen's channel first. That's always a thing.
Oh, with the magic carpet?
Yeah. Yeah. But then, Armchair. So now Watts the Obsession is going to show you the magic carpet. Oh Oh boy. So as I'm finding this really quick, I got to get into my email. The point here is going to be again that Dave told his subscribers, told everybody that he was going to the United States. In doing so, he was either outright or implicitly asking for financial support so he could make that trip, so he could afford to do it, from his subscribers and his members and all the people that support him and believe what he says hook, line, and sinker, even when it's, I can't think of anything that's not like obscene. So, yeah, so that, and his his subscribers did give him money for this trip. His members, his subscribers, I'm sure his moderators, people were just handing him over money so he could make this trip, so he could travel to the United States to work on a Watts case documentary and also, exercise his freedoms, like his freedom and his right to go stand at the Shanann, Bella, and Celeste gravesite when he knew how upset it made their
Okay.
family. Go
Okay,
ahead.
Kelly, that
Yeah.
is disgusting.
I know.
That is beyond disgusting. Why would you
Uh-huh.
stand at their gravesite
Uh-huh.
for any other reason but to pay your respects and move on?
Yep.
And oh my God, it's that just
I know.
beyond.
So,
oh
yeah.
sorry. I'm so
I
sorry.
know, and we're gonna come back to that. I know. We're gonna come back to that though, because there's more. Don't you worry. But just 1 second, I just got to get the magic rug here. Oh my gosh. So anyway, so he said that he was going to United States. Hey, members, subscribers, whoever, I'm gonna ask you in my con man way of giving me money so I can make this trip, because ultimately it's gonna benefit you, because I'm gonna do this great bullshit work that I do. And on the Watts case, which is obviously a topic you like, if you're I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that, because some of my subscribers are subscribers to his channel, and everyone can make their own choice. And I would never tell you not to watch his channel because that's what I want. But I will tell you that I just want, please be aware of the kind of people that you deal with in here and in this situation on YouTube and in all of life.
Yeah. And while you're pulling that up, Kelly, like,
yeah,
remember back in the day, Just Larry was, exposing Dave and just kind of going into it. I was like, oh man, that's kind of, that's cool. Don't air your dirty laundry on YouTube. Like, I was not like totally about it. I'm like, if you have something like to say, like, say it behind the scenes and bring it up. But I don't think that he responds to that, because all of these creators are having to go and just kind of put him on blast for the atrocities that he's committing. And I'm going to say because it's atrocious. It's atrocious.
Yeah, it is atrocious.
And it makes other creators like yourself kind of in the line of fire for these people that have just so much empathy for the victims. And I get that. I do. I think it may be a little like bordering unhealthy for some people, but I think it is just not fair for you to be wrapped up into that kind of, category of
I mean, it's not fair for anybody to be wrapped up in any category with him. I mean, look at the channels that actually have been, that are no longer like normally monetized. That, like, what I was saying in the beginning of this live stream is that of the handful of them that I know that happened to, in my opinion, his channel is the only one that warrants that. Now, I will go back to, the history that I have with this person. And, I spoke about this a couple months ago. My big falling out with this man was when he had already, told me, and clearly a couple other people in the Watch True Crime community, because AD's former producer and moderator Bubbles actually had screenshots of text messages stating this. So his big thing, and this was about a year ago, it was like last August, early September. I remember it very well, because this was when I was like, this man is sick and I need to, separate from him and his channel as well as I can here. So he, we would have conversations. He'd be telling me all of his theories about the Watts case. It was, Dirty South for a while. And then he brought, still keeping the Dirty South thing going, which was Shanann's former employer in North Carolina, Dirty South, tires and custom wheels, whatever, Dirty South something car. He kept that going, but then also added Shanann's mom into the picture.
No, that
saying,
is sick.
Yeah. Did you know that she's spearheaded the whole thing? She's the one that called the hit. I was like, what in God's name are you talking about?
No,
I thought he
saw
was
that,
joking.
Kelly.
Yeah.
I saw that. And no, I was there in the chat that day when you were like, no, Dave,
Right.
that's not okay.
Well,
I was there.
Yes, I know. And then, so that was last August, September. So, all during the fall, whatever, I'm just like hoping that that was a serious lapse in judgment, that he even thought that and thought that it was a good idea, that he was going to launch that out to his viewers. So then it's that day after Christmas, and I happened to be in his chat, which was a total anomaly. He starts heavily implying that Shanann's mother was the cause and the ringleader that caused the deaths of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and unborn baby Nico. I had not been watching his channel. I did not know what he outwardly said in plain words to his viewers or not. With what he was saying during that live stream, it only made sense to me. I didn't think twice about it. I knew that he was waiting to drive out this theory to the world that Sandy R was the one responsible. So I'm like, my God, he must have gone
what
there.
is wrong? What is wrong with him? Like his
I
whole thing was, oh, Sandy ordered the hit because she wanted custody of the children. Like, how does that make sense?
No,
Like,
that's what he said when he was trying to clean it up.
well,
like that was his,
well, whatever. You can't clean that up. That is
No, you
sick and
can't clean it up.
defamatory.
Exactly.
And, I understand why all these channels are just furious with people that are going after this family. It is not okay.
It isn't. I mean,
but at the same time,
you're right.
At the same time, you can't just lump everybody into that category with that one person. You can't. It's not fair. Some people are just having like regular discussions about like, hey, what may have happened? What can we learn from this? Like, what inferences can we draw from this? No, we weren't there. None of us were there. We don't know exactly what happened. And it's all over the map as to the theories in this case. But we can
wait, let me go back. Let me go back to like just finishing up that little bit about the when he was like talking about the Shanann's mother in that live stream. So and I posted this portion of that his live stream on my channel a couple months ago, and he was absolutely trashing her in a million different ways. I don't even want to go into it because that's not for me. So I said to him in chat, like, geez, Dave, well, you can kind of understand why she's a little disenchanted with your channel. I mean, you did accuse her of, taking part in murdering her daughter, because I just
disenchanted.
I just thought, I was trying to be delicate. So,
like,
Dave,
have you lost your mind? How long ago did you lose your mind?
So
I mean, that
what
makes
he was
no
saying, it was like, I didn't even question twice. Like, he must have like told his like the people that watch the channel this shit. So he then was like, he puts it on the screen. He's like, how dare you? How dare you, Watts, the obsession? And starts giving me those scary, like, murderer eyes.
Yeah.
And
he like looks into the camera, like doesn't blink. And
it's weird.
It's just weird.
And when you're the person that he's talking to, when he's doing that time and time again, it gets downright freaking scary. And
it's scary, but it's powerful if you're like one of his supporters, right?
Right. Yeah.
Because you can buy into it, because that is
right.
Just,
but he kept going back to it, and he was like, I never would have done such a thing. What? Right. Chat, right? Subs, right? Moderators, and everyone's like, yeah, shame on you, Kelly. Shame on you. Naughty, shame on you. He's like, all we do is ask questions. I know.
Oh, he was asking questions like, I have questions. Did Shanann's mother set up the hit?
Right.
Like, we can't just put that into the universe and
Right.
not
You don't just put a
defame this
question mark at
woman.
the end of it. It makes it okay.
No.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, so then from there, things just blew up, and I really first-handedly understood, experienced what a disgusting, terrible, nasty ass, I'm going to say criminal, or for the sake of my own protection, verging on criminal idiot that man is. Now, at the same time, well, first, okay, let's now take a look at, so all of that happened. Okay. This has also happened too in recent times. Well, in addition to when Bubbles and some of the other Chicken Lady, the moderators who happen to be moderators on AD's channel, has nothing to do with AD, but they heard from some women that they were being sexually harassed by Dave, and they brought it to light. Well, a couple channels spoke out about this without going into too much detail because I don't want to give anyone's identity away. 4 different women approached me privately and asked if I would help them because I offered. I put it out there that I would help if somebody needed help. So that's why they
Approached you
came to me.
separately.
Yes. But after this all came out, but they came to me because maybe they were subscribers to this channel, but not, the channel that Bubbles and Chicken Lady were from. So they just felt they really trusted me that I was not going to disclose their identity. And that's what they needed, And I listened to these people, and I am telling you, I believe them in the moment, and I still believe what they told me now. I just felt, and I believe that probably every single one of you, if you were there and you were listening to this, you would have believed them as well. They were extremely earnest and authentic. So they each chose their own course, and I'm not even going to speak about that because I don't know what their comfort level would be. So then in even more recent times, some people that are in the community in this channel have come to me telling me about how he is still trying to intimidate them, is harassing them, is stalking them because they are no longer whatever part of his channel or viewership that they were at one time. So this behavior, it's immoral, unethical, I think at times definitely illegal, fully dishonest, con man all over the place, and it only continues.
Well, it'd be one thing if it, if there was no proof of it, right?
Right.
I saw those screenshots,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, ugh. And it's not like I was like, oh, I don't believe it. Like, I believed it. I'm like, I think he's capable of that. But it's like all these different women are coming forward. This is not something that he can just
sweep under the rug.
Yeah, exactly. You can't sweep it under the magic carpet, Dave.
You can't sweep it under the magic carpet. No, you can't. Nope. Which I'm going to show you in just one second.
And it's not funny, but I mean, he's really hosing people.
Oh
and
my God,
it's one thing. And it's one thing to, be a con man. And it's one thing to be an S predator, right? Because I don't want to say it because of YouTube, whatever.
Right.
But to be both of those things and still have like all of this support and the support of these other 2 channels. Like, I don't know who else is supporting him right now because I just don't watch it. But come on.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Wake up. Right. Wake up, people. It's you can't walk that back. This is just he could be contrite and apologetic and say, yeah, I was wrong.
That's right.
I did that, and I'm really sorry. And I've learned my lesson from that. And, maybe people will start to come around to him again. Like, I'm willing to give him another chance, but he's just doubling down. Yeah. And it's like, it's kind of beyond
it's
any redemption for me at this point. And I really
It
liked
really
him.
is.
Like, I was a supporter. I was a channel member. I sent him super chats. Like, if I had insomnia in the middle of the
Yeah.
night, I would like turn on my phone and he'd be on. And I'm like, yay, cool, Dave's on.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah.
you know, the first thing for me was the thing about Mrs. Rusek. Like,
Yeah.
in what
That was a big
reality
hit for
does that
me.
make any
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah.
And that kind of all goes back to his affiliation with Heather Blair or whatever her name is.
Yeah, it does. There's a lot there. There's a lot there. Yeah.
Like, what happened with that? Like, what? I mean, he was
I
so
know.
well liked by so many at one point. Like, everybody kind of liked Dave, and they would show up and say hi and give their support. But I don't see how
Yeah.
anybody can support him now after everything
Yeah.
that's been revealed. I mean, if you don't believe it,
Right.
then maybe you need to watch it again, because
That's right.
it's all there. I mean, it's there, and I was there and I saw it. I saw it all in
Yeah.
real time.
Yeah.
If you don't believe
Totally.
me, like, I'm sure people have it, like, in their,
Oh, wait, have what?
like proof of his
Oh, yeah.
proof of his misconduct.
Oh,
in
yes, they
various
do.
forms.
Yes, they do. There's a lot of it out there. Trust me. I've seen a lot of it.
Like,
yeah.
people are onto him, and if you don't see it by now, everybody, like, just maybe take a minute and, like, watch it again with fresh eyes, because it's there and it's unmistakable.
That's right. That's right.
Sorry, I had to rant because it's just so
No,
disgusting.
I understand. I have that need sometimes too. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. He just is so, I know. That's it. He's just so disgusting. And I don't know. Sometimes when I talk to people about this, I'm like, I think I'm going to have to go to therapy for this. So just get it all out of my system. But let's see. Okay. So let me just I'm just getting these files all in order here.
And I apologize to anybody if that was like offensive or triggering. Like, if you're a supporter of Dave, that's fine, but maybe just like look again and just give it the benefit of the doubt and look at the evidence. I mean,
yeah,
it's facts. Like,
yeah, I know. And I just want to say
I
that
apologize up front. Like, if you're a supporter of his and you find my stuff,
I don't
my
apologize.
comments-
I personally don't apologize up front. And I'm going to tell you why. I have gave this a lot of thought, and I'm not talking about this for my sake, because I assure you, the only thing that talking about this man does for me personally or my channel, it's not what I want. All right. It's not good. It's not pleasant. It's not positive. So the reason I had decided, I was just like, I'm not going to talk about it anymore, over it, whatever. But some new things have come to light. And the reason I did decide I had to talk about this, and I told some people that I was speaking to or texting with today, this same thing, is I really kept bothering me when I was planning to not talk about it. I truly feel that I have a responsibility to all of you to give this information that I do have. And it's because I do care that all of you I don't want you to be conned, and for people like him to take your hard-earned money and your trust, and things that, like, you can't just get back, because once you give someone your trust, I should say, and they betray it, that's a debt they're not going to pay back, generally speaking. And that's a void you really have a hard time filling in. Most people do. So I felt like it would be kind of like selfish of me to just not say anything.
Well, it would be easier for you not to say anything.
Right. That's a better
true.
word. Yeah.
But the fact is, like, a lot of the subscribers for your channel and Dave's channel and Red X's channel and 80's channel, and I don't watch like too many other channels. Like, I'm not super familiar with them, and a lot of channels that I used to watch don't cover the case anymore. But I mean, a lot of the people, like, I see in the same chats, and when the whole Heather fraud thing came out, I was like, well, wait a minute, like, where do we go back and, like, not because you take all these things that people say and are lying to you about, and you're like, well, wait a minute, what was true and what wasn't true? Like, I don't know what to believe anymore. And
Right.
it's like you just kind of have to go back to the basics and like decide for yourself based on the facts of the case. You can't take
That's
anybody's word
right.
from it.
That's
You
right.
can't.
That's right. And it's, if somebody proves themselves to be, if you find them to be truthful time and time again, then, it's worth trusting that source. But somebody like Dave, for him to just, I don't know. Everything you said was perfect. So here. All right. So follow along here. The first time I saw this, I was kind of like, I don't get it. What are you trying to tell me about? So hopefully I can explain it pretty well. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to bring up the screenshots. Losing my voice a little bit. Can you see the chat, DTC?
No, I can't right now because I don't have my laptop.
Yeah, it's all right.
I think one of my kids grabbed
It's
it.
all right. Okay, so let me just bring up these screenshots and then I'll check the chat and see what you guys have to say. Yeah, so then I'm going to follow up with a corresponding timeline of the bankruptcy either tomorrow night or a successive live stream. I'm definitely going to do it because it's super interesting, but I'm losing my voice and it's getting late. Okay. So many files, takes a long time to scroll through. Come on. My computer gets mad at me sometimes. It's like, you spend way too much time here. I need some space. You're always up in my shizzle. Could you just give me some space?
Yeah, and I'm sorry I can't see chat. Like, I can try to find my
Okay.
laptop real quick.
No, you're good. You're fine. You're good. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Here, I've got them right here. I just want to get the two best ones. That's all. Okay, there's one. And I want that one too. Can we download both at the same time? Come on. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, computer. Just one more. I think I got them. All right. Just 1 second. I have to take another drink. All right. Here. These are just, my computer is angry at me, like I said, taking its space. I'll read chat while I'm waiting for it to agree.
Yeah, that'd be great because I can't read it and I feel bad because I know that they're saying great stuff. I almost didn't want to come up because I didn't want to leave the chat. They're so amazing.
I know. That's awesome. It's a great chat. I know. I'm kind of jealous. Oh, thank you. Josh J says, I think maybe he thinks your channel's a threat. Your channel is great, Kelly. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so what I'm about to say, I wouldn't say for any other reason than this context, but I yeah. So at the time when Dave really started lashing out at me, both of our channels were I think he had around 6,500 subscribers. Some of my moderators know this because you guys were watching it and you saw this happening too. Actually, I think that's how I realized it. And so my channel started to get up around 6,500 subscribers. I was creeping up on him slowly. His channel had been around like a year and a half longer than mine. So right at that point where I was about to meet him and surpass him in subscriber count, that's when he got really ugly. Well, look how well that paid off because now we have 14,000 plus subscribers and thank you everyone. And he has 7,000. So that's what happens when you can't just, when you think that everything's got to be all for you and you're afraid of anyone else having a moment of success or fulfillment or yay or whatever, he's just a very selfish person. All right. So here's how it goes. Interesting. Okay. So, all right. So here is this picture of, yes, Preach Queen. I took it right from your channel because I couldn't find my doggy picture that was clear. So thank you very much. I will link you in description. Can someone put Preach Queen's channel in chat, please? That would be amazing. Thank you. Let's make it bigger. Full screen. Can I zoom? Okay. Well, there. So you got it. So here's a picture of. Okay. It was a screenshot of it. Hold it. I got confused here. Wait.
Oh, DTC is back. Here she is.
Sorry, I was just reading the back chat.
That's
I think
okay.
Ara said she wanted to add something, or maybe my timing is off. I don't know.
Oh,
I think
okay.
you're
If you want to,
Eastern and I'm
here,
Central. So
I'll
it may
drop
have
the link if you do want to come up. Okay, we'll have to try share that again. I'm not sure what happened. Share screen and
sorry about that, guys. YouTube is hard.
it is. Oh my god, it's
so hard.
I know.
Like I'm okay.
That's why I have to talk to myself so much.
It's really difficult,
dude. The picture went bye-bye. Why'd that happen?
I'm
gonna get it back. Oh wait, here. Let me let Ara up. Then I'm gonna go take care of this. Preach Queen probably did that. Okay. Just kidding, Preach. Okay. Hi, Ara. How you doing?
I'm sorry for crashing again.
Hi,
Ara. No, you're not crashing. No. You're welcome. What's going on?
No, just really quickly, because you guys were talking about, the channels and stuff. People need, and I did write it in the comments, but just something to think about as adults, right, that are researching or looking for information about this case. It's also very important that we take care of ourselves, and decide what we want to listen to. And even if you go into a channel and you don't like what they're saying, then don't be there. Leave.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
I say that about my own channel. I'm like, if watching my channel is going to ruin your day, your week, your month, or your life, please leave. Go find something that's going to make you like feel good.
Yes, and don't let it affect you personally. If you watch this one creator and then you go and look for another video from another creator and they say something opposite of what one person said, and then you're like, wow, you're getting this wrong. Why are you so rude? Right? You know what I'm saying? It's just be a responsible adult and choose who you listen to. And if you don't like them, then don't listen to them. But you guys need to be smart about who you listen to.
Right.
I mean, it's very simple. So I just wanted to add that. We forget that, I think. We feel like the creators are the only ones that can open up the discovery and read stuff.
Right. Exactly.
I think Ara and I both know very well that the discovery file is like saved to my favorites. And if I'm hearing something and I'm like, well, I don't remember it like that. Like I'm going to go like Control F that thing and see like exactly what was said and be like, oh, I don't remember it that way. And like some people don't like that because
totally.
If we're trying to get to the truth, then that's what's necessary. Like if we were actually trying to help and not just sit here idly and talk about things that don't matter, I think that we are trying to help and trying to figure it out. But it may be too late for the victims in this case, but maybe there's somebody else that or maybe even yourself. Like I see a lot of Shanann myself.
Also,
too.
Remember, people look for the drama. Also remember that they look for the drama.
Well, I don't have time for that. But like if somebody's gonna be like outright lying to people and and I don't know what goes on.
People need to be smart about who they're listening to. That's what I'm saying. I mean, anybody can do a YouTube channel and say what they want on it.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. You can basically say whatever you want, and there's going to be like no penalty for it, pretty much.
But Kelly, you have a very big following, and I've been watching your channel for a while. We've been here together for a long time now, and from 50 viewers, 80 viewers, 100 viewers. I think
that's right. Yeah,
what you're doing, I think you're slowly educating, coming from a different perspective. You're very kind, open-minded. I think people are attracted to that, and I think you are making a difference. I think in our community,
thank you.
Our community,
they
say that your vibe attracts your tribe.
Yes,
that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So that's all I wanted to say. Right. I'm going to jump back down.
Oh, thanks, sweetheart. Thank you so much.
All right, bye.
Bye, Ara. We love Ara.
Yeah, I agree with her. Like you don't have to watch. I don't watch that stuff anymore either. But then you hear about all this crazy stuff that's been happening since you stopped watching, and you're like, well,
I know.
I kind of have something to say about it because it is, what this person had done, and I'm not speaking about the predatory behavior. I'm speaking about what I heard him say in his own life about Shanann's mother putting a hit out on her daughter, and that just infuriated me. And I was so glad that you called him out for it, because there's so many people that'll just idly sit by and just let it happen. And you were brave enough to stand up, and you did face a lot of wrath for that.
Oh
But
my
you know
God.
what?
I would do it again
You
though,
earned,
because it was
you
so
earned my respect that
wrong.
day. You earned
Thank
my
you.
respect
Thank
that
you. I
day.
appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just, you know, gosh, I don't know. What he was doing was everything that when I started this channel, decided that I was not going to allow my channel to do. Like, I wasn't going to let it become this just, I don't know. I just could
Drama.
it's exactly,
Yeah.
it's always burned my ass the way that he treats the Rusiks. I don't know why he's such an asshole to them. I don't know why he's so vile and hostile and hateful towards them. What did they do to you, dude? Like, I can't stand it. Like, they lost their daughter and 2 grandchildren, an unborn grandchild. Like, how could you be that mean to them? I just don't understand it. It's disgusting.
It's beyond mean. It's like,
Yeah, it's
I would
way
be
beyond
calling
mean.
my attorney for him to be
Absolutely.
saying that kind of thing about me. If I were Sandra Rusek, I would definitely be calling my attorney and filing a suit for defamation, because that's defamatory what he said.
Sure is.
And we learned from Johnny Depp that defamation by implication is a thing, and I would totally shut him down. I wouldn't even have
That's
it.
right. That's right. Absolutely. I wouldn't either. Now, I'm going to go back to something that he more recently, did to them, but just look at this here. So here, now I took this, my picture of the dog keeps going off the screen. I was going to take it from Preach Queens, and that one kept leaving too. I don't know why. So this is from Armchair Detectives channel from today. Yeah, today. So this is a picture. It's from a video Dave took of his dog that he calls the ugly rat or something like that. Cute little dog. And so you see, here we are. We're on Dave's floor in his studio where he does his YouTube live streams from. And you see here the tile floor. Excuse me. And then behind the tile floor, that rug that's gray and it has that certain pattern on it, right? So we have this tile floor that if this were in color, it's kind of like I don't know, it's more of like has a yellowy tone to it. And the rug that's gray with that pattern and that cute little dog that I would definitely not call an ugly rat.
It's a super cute dog.
Really super cute dog. It's probably mad that Dave's its owner too.
But, you know, we all have rugs in our house, right? Does anybody have that rug in their house? I don't.
Does anyone have that rug? I do not. But I mean, people might. But here's the whole here's the totality of the facts. Here we go. So now, Dave had, when he said he was in the United States, he put up a live, or he put up, it was like a short little live stream that he did. Why am I freaking? You know what? I'm just gonna go back to that same video because my pictures keep disappearing. This is weird. So he said he was in the United States. He was going to do a live stream to prove it. So he had the video up for a very short time. I think it was a matter of minutes. And then he took it down. So again, this is from 80s channel. Oops. I'm just going to get to the next picture. You have a good question asked there. I think you have to go back. I'm not sure. Okay, so then, wait, he has a color version, doesn't he? I think he does. One in color. There we go. Okay, so then when he was supposedly in the United States a few weeks back, but people were starting to doubt it for a number of reasons. He put up that live stream that was only up for a few minutes. Don't know why it started out pointing down at the floor. Perhaps it's so you and you and you and you and you and you in the back don't eventually get fooled by him, because people would have proof to put out there for others to reference to show what a con man he was. Now remember, he took money from his members, subscribers, moderators, and whoever else to make this trip to the United States to create a documentary. So you see here, in this footage from the live stream that he immediately took down, where he claims to be in the United States. Well, first of all, it was July that week. It was hot in North Carolina. It was cold in Australia. He's obviously wearing flannel pajama bottoms and like looks like warm slippers. And also, wow, look at that. It's a same freaking tile rug. I'm sorry, tile flooring and gray rug with that white angular pattern on it that we saw when he was in when he was in Australia with his a little ugly rat dog, as he calls him. So when he was creating this video saying to all of you that he was in the United States, he actually was in Australia, where he always records his YouTube videos with a big smile on his face, thinking he was pulling one over on y'all. What an asshole.
So this was like a short live stream, you said, with the pajamas. Okay. And then he immediately took it down. Maybe he didn't mean to go live. Maybe he's like, oops.
No, he did, because he was he was sending messages out to people. Yeah.
Oh gosh. I mean, that's a big oops, Dave. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
You gotta come.
Hi, Matt Willis. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, sweetie.
It's bizarre. It's just bizarre that he like, what is he saying now? Does anybody know? Is he saying like, no, I really went? Or is he like kind of like, oh, you got me? Like, what is his position at this point?
I have no idea. I'm sure that he's going to be defensive about it. Let's see.
Does anybody in chat know? I can't read the chat, but if anybody knows,
I'm reading it right now.
I would love to know what his position is.
He hasn't said anything about it. Well, here's another thing. He somebody threw 3 strikes on his channel a few days ago. I'm not going to say who. And so I don't know if he can do live streams right now. The man who claims that everyone else copies him. Oh my God, please. If I was going to copy someone, it definitely would be someone else.
Well, I remember he did live streams, but I don't remember him doing like recorded videos, like pre-recorded videos where he like put a bunch of stuff up. Like I remember a couple of those, but I don't feel like he made them. Like his intros and stuff. I feel like somebody.
Oh yeah. No, I think yeah. Deb Sykes, he can't get away with this again. No, he cannot. Now, well, I'm gonna go back to that. Hold it, because wait, just one second. Let me look at chat. Yep, gets nailed straight away. Exactly. Yeah, and if people don't like that I'm talking about this, I don't. Well, this is what. Yeah, like Nutter said, it's my channel. I'm going to talk about it. I mean, you have no idea probably what I've put up with from this man and his cronies.
Well, you saved it to the end. You were very considerate, like for people that just wanted the Watts content, and that's fine. And like they can peace out.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They can peace out and go to bed if that's not what they're into. Like I was just, when I was first watching this on AD's channel the other day, I was just like, oh well, I'm not surprised. Like,
right.
But I didn't see like the value of it until I started thinking about how the subscribers actually like are the same subs a lot of times for his channel and your channel and AD's channel. And I think that you do kind of have an obligation if people are buying into this and believing it, because it's not fair to them. And if you can help them and kind of spare them like the trouble and just, and then I don't know if you're going to bring this up, Kelly, but I can save it for the end if you want.
Yeah, here. I want to close the point here. So, no, Green Eyed Bandit says, I am new on these live chats, and welcome, by the way, Green Eyed Bandit. I've seen you comment on the channel and other places before. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. But I was on Dave's channel last week on a live chat, and I asked a question, and he paused everything, read what I asked, and looked right at the screen and yelled at me. That is so unacceptable. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, when he does that to me as another creator who has said, okay, I will go to battle with you because I have a reason to, I have a purpose that I'm standing up for, and that's him defaming and bullying the Ruseks. You know, that he does that to me is one thing. It's still inappropriate. It's still weird. But that he does that to his subscribers. Actually, a couple people here who are moderators now, I think they came over here. We started talking because he did that to them around the same time when, yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you.
He actually did that to me once too, Kelly. I remember it really distinctly. Like he like stopped everything. He's like, hold on. And he was like, the topic was like, man, I watched, Red X's live about the cell phones at Survey, and like I just didn't understand it. Like it didn't make sense to me. Like I don't get it. Maybe it was too technical for me to understand, but like I just didn't get it. So sorry. Like, I'm not buying into it. He's like, wait a minute. Like if you don't understand it, maybe you need to go back and rewatch it. It's not that hard. The cell phones weren't there at the same time. I'm like, but
they were, and that
I
whole
don't
thing
buy
was
that.
bullshit anyway. Oh, I
I
know.
don't
Okay,
buy
so
it.
all right, so I'm gonna close the loop on this now. So what we've established here is a number of anecdotal stories. Some are mine, and I can assure you that every word of them is true. A number of stories that people have told to me when they've come to me personally, whether they were as former subscribers, viewers, moderators, members, or women that he harassed. And then he claims that he's going to the United States to create a documentary for all of you about this crime, asks for money so he can make the trip to the United States, tells everybody that he made that trip to the United States and that he was in the United States, and then creates a video from the United States with air quotes. And what we find is that he, was stupid enough to somehow start the video on the floor. And we see that it's the very same floor, the same tile, the same carpet that are in his studio in Australia. Dipshit's obviously not in the United States. Now, here's what makes it really awful, okay? When he was, and some of you know this, in days and weeks leading up to his trip to the air quotes United States, end air quotes, he was taunting the Rusick family by talking about driving past their house, videotaping their house, videotaping them. Hey, if I'm on a public easement, a sidewalk, I don't think he said easement, but if I'm on a sidewalk and I'm videotaping you, that's perfectly legal, he says at some point. In fact, once I step ground on U.S. soil, I officially have more rights than a United States citizen. Well, where he found that load of shit, I have no idea, because that's not true. Our Constitution has never granted people who are not from this country more rights than its own citizens. That's very un-American. But I mean, I think the idea is we respect all peoples just the same and treat them as fellow citizens, but no one's ever said that he gets more. See, this just gives you insight into his psyche. He's the guy that's going to say, when I go to America, I have more rights than every American citizen. Like who got, WTAF? Like nobody thinks like that. So now he's like threatening the Rusicks, intimidating them in weeks coming up to his trip. So now go ahead, honey. Yes, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry. My son is putting our chicken speeds in the fridge so we can eat them for leftovers tomorrow. Okay. So now he claims he's in the United States, but he's not. And a lot of us knew that he wasn't for various reasons that I can't discuss. And when he comes back, he goes on to a few live streams where he's continuing to harass, defame, and try to intimidate the Rusick family, including telling a story about how he was standing outside of their house, looking at their home with his own two eyes, and describing the cars that they had parked in front of their home. When the hatchback of a certain car was open, what one of the members of the family was doing at a specific time. Now, obviously, somebody else was in front of their house and videotaping what was going on at their house. And we know who it is. And I don't know if that's public knowledge, so I'm not going to say right now. But even though he knew it was a pile of lies to say he was coming to the United States, can I have some of your money so I can make that trip? It was even bigger lies for him to claim that he was in the United States and try to send a fraudulent video showing proof that was a bunch of bullshit. Now he claims he's come back from the United States, a country to which he never actually traveled to, and continues to fabricate stories with a straight face in order to defame, harass, and intimidate this family whose entire family has been murdered.
I just have no words. Like, he was just like, somebody on his behalf was videotaping out in front of their house. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
That is sick. And whoever did that should be ashamed. And I hope that they find out who you are. And I
don't think that the person knows.
I think that they know now, and they should be ashamed.
They might. It's not a YouTube person. I have to say that. I think that he's kept these worlds separate. Yeah, I got you, Red Sky Black. But you wait, hold it. I'm sorry, honey. But listen, Red Sky Black says we all know he didn't go to America. If we have half a brain cell, can move on now, please. I hear you. And as I was just saying, it wasn't my first choice to approach the topic of him in general ever again, or this topic specifically, but I'm not going to just move on, please, because that's your preference at the moment. Although I'm happy you're here. I appreciate what you offer in chats and all of that. But I just want you to understand, everybody, this is message. It might not be for you, the person who came to watch this live stream, for other topics. I'm sorry about that. Hey, man, sometimes that happens. Life can be disappointing. This is for the person out there who was going to be his next victim of whatever sort, because he is a predator and or screws people over in a whole host and range of ways and manners. So for that reason, I feel fine about this. Thank you, though. Go ahead, DTC. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, sorry about that, Red Sky Black. But I have questions because I don't follow Dave's channel. So I'm just trying to understand. He didn't go to America, but he's got somebody out front of their house filming them. Like, it's despicable. Wow.
Yeah.
Like, how is that okay? Like, I don't have words. I know. Like, how do you not see how wrong that is, Dave? How do you not see? And to go on publicly on the internet harassing them for weeks. Like, I haven't seen it, but I believe Kelly when she says it, and I don't put it past you. And like, shame on you, bro. Like, get it together.
Seriously. I know. And I don't think that there's really why would I put anything like this on YouTube? Well, I hope that answered your question. I see that comment was made a while ago. I'm like pretty far back in chat, but I mean, hey man, if you're not clear on that, whoever you are, I'm not just speaking to you, Red Sky Black, that's fine. But I'm not going to justify myself on my own channel anymore. So, yeah, Kurt, you can come on if you cannot ask one question, which is, but why did this happen, man?
All right, Kelly. Well, I'm gonna jump down because I miss seeing the chat. But if you want to invite Kurt up, say hi to him for me, and I hope you have a good night. Thank you.
All right, sweet. Thank you for coming on. Thank you very much, DTC.
Yeah.
Bye. We love our DTC. Okay, so you can come up, Kurt. I was just kind of joking, but okay. So anyway, I mean, hopefully that answered any questions as to why I'm talking about this. And it is what it is. I don't, I stick mostly to business, but I don't know if you were the person that certain people, women, decided to contact because they trusted you to not disclose their identity, and you heard what they had to say. And I'm not even going to tell any more details because I the reason they came to me was out of trust, and I don't want to betray that trust. So that's what I was saying when I feel at this point I've had experiences related to this topic, and I know a certain amount and type of information where I just feel responsible to give. It's a public service announcement. So filming who? Shanann's family when in North Carolina recently. Yes, this is true. And if I do discuss, it's the ones that I've discussed tonight. It's that group of Dave, Donjo, and Red X who have, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I did just drop the link for Kerr. I'll do it again though. And maybe I didn't. Maybe I just thought I did. Yeah. Thank you for coming up again, DTC Primetime. I really appreciate it. Oh, good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Green Eye Band. I appreciate that. I mean, yeah, I have been in situations in my life where I've gone to people because I needed support and I trusted them. And I can think of experiences in my life, and I'm sure many of you can, where my trust was betrayed and when it was not. And that makes all the difference. So, but I don't want anyone else to have to even get into that situation regarding this person. That is the purpose of this. Hi, Kurt. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Welcome. I'm good. What's up?
I just wanted to say I really have enjoyed this broadcast tonight with all the financial information that you were putting forth with the whole case. And these people that are saying things like you're being mean and you're being disrespectful to this family and all that, you're not.
Yeah,
no, not at all. And also just like this man that I'm not completely sure about this man from Australia that is scamming people.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, you got to be careful on these channels and who you're dealing with and what you're talking about. And I just want to be, I'm just coming on as supporting you with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And it's just, you got to be careful. That's all I was going to say is, there are a lot of really bad people out there that will take advantage of people. And
that's true.
And through these kind of things, they get their followers and then they do things like scam them and say, look, I'm in America right now and all the money that you gave me. Here we are. And
that's right.
And that's all. That's really just what I want to say. I've really enjoyed this broadcast tonight.
I'm so glad to hear that.
You've had some great discussions about a lot of things. I really like the financial, like I said, I moved from education into establishing my own therapeutic horseback riding program and a general riding program. That's
everyone can see me.
Oops. Oh no. Here, sorry, honey. I'm sorry, Kurt.
No,
I
it's
just
good.
brought you up onto the live stream, but here, no one can see you. So
who?
Let's see, Colleen Casey. I'll introduce her in a moment. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
No, but I was going to say, just talking about business, I established my business, but you explained to me about every business is kind of like a pyramid scheme. And I understand that now, because you got whoever's at the top and then you go down from there.
Yeah.
And I've been blessed to be able to do what I'm doing. I live outside of Nashville, Tennessee, and I've got, I come from a special education background. You know that because we talked.
Yeah.
And I transitioned from that to developing this writing program, but I teach both general writing and also therapeutic horseback riding through Path International. That's organization that all my standards are set through. But it is a business, and I have had to establish it. I've had to figure out financials, all that kind of stuff, and I know where you're coming from with what you're saying with that kind of thing, and just talking about the financial situation that they were in. I mean, my goodness, that is just
I know.
And
imagine the stress it must have caused. But I mean, they were grown adults. You've got to take responsibility for that.
Exactly. And I think, and we talked about this before too. I think they were living above their means, and they were trying to be successful. And like I said in that comment, I can understand Shanann's enthusiasm about her business and wanting to really promote what she was doing. I just felt like she exploited those kids a little too much on all her lives and all that. And I know maybe in her mind she thought, well, I can show that we're really living this lifestyle, and look at how cute my kids are, and I got this good looking husband and all this kind of stuff. But as you know, you're go ahead.
Wait, hold it. Yeah. Hi, and welcome, Colleen. How are you? Welcome.
Hi. Well, I'll tell you what. I can still hear the other conversation you were having with a woman about the finances. Why am I? This is my first time, by the way, on.
Oh, well, welcome. So glad you're here. Awesome. Welcome.
But how do I get rid of the other conversation? I'm on.
Oh, okay. You mean you right now you can hear another conversation being had?
Yes, I can hear you discussing the financial.
Gotcha. So on your computer, or yes, I've had to talk Kurt through this too. Either were you watching us?
You guys see me?
No. Well, I can see that you're up here.
Loud.
It's okay. You don't. Your camera's not on, but we can see that you're up here. But let me
have
fix
headphones
this
on.
Get feedback.
And they have a mic.
Okay.
And
so this is what
I tried to go on with Mia the other night, and they couldn't hear me, and so I got some stuff
goes
real good with this electric stuff.
I know. I'm not always either, as you can tell if you're here in the beginning.
So listen. Can you see me, Kurt?
No,
you can see me.
Listen. Wait, Colleen. Listen. So on your computer, you must have a
the
tab.
whole conversation.
Okay, listen. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So you either have a window or a tab open that's playing whatever it is you're hearing. So you need to close everything down except for the window that this is in right now.
Except for this page?
Yeah, exactly. Shut down whatever.
Everything?
Yeah. Shut down YouTube. Yeah.
Okay, now, that's good. Oh my gosh, you went, oh, that's so great.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Everyone does that the first time they come on. Everyone. Even the great Kurt Stacy did it. Yep.
Okay, now, Kurt, are you up? Can everyone see you in chat?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here live.
Okay, well, let's see how I can do that. Let's see, because I look.
Wait, everyone can hear you. Oh.
Are you trying to get your video?
Well, I don't mind going on with my giant headphones on and my Pittsburgh Pirate cap. Sorry, Kelly. Philadelphia girl.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Look out. I'm feeling fiery tonight. You better not even.
I watch all the channels. This is a great one tonight, Kurt. This really is. And the chat was really interesting, Kelly. And you were doing your, thing. And I felt guilty. I was trying to listen to you, but I was like reading the chat going,
the chat's really awesome. I know. I do that too. I'm
really
like presenting something and I get lost in the chat. I know. They're great.
I know all the scoop. I watch all the channels. I don't work. This makes me sound really stupid and lazy. And I don't watch TV. I don't watch TV. This is like my thing.
Yeah.
And I became obsessed, and I follow it, like I do research, like I look up names. I called the US to ask about the signs and the video cameras at the grave.
Yeah.
You know,
What were you
I did.
told?
Well, at first I called lawyers and asked them, and I thought, okay, well, it'll be a lawyer, right? And then one of the lawyer's secretaries said, I said, well, what do I do? I understand you're all important, but you have to understand, I live in Holland. I live in Europe. I don't know who you are. I don't even know what US lawyers do now. I've been over here for 30 years. She said, well, you could try the police. I said,
Oh
oh,
boy.
that's a
Yeah.
good idea. I said, that's a good idea. And she told me the county. So I called the Aberdeen police, and he said to me, and then Dave, Dave claimed it. Dave said he had a friend who called. See, now this is where you should be able to see me, because I'm like waving my head. He had a friend who called,
There's
and
something with your video. Can you turn your video on your computer?
where is it, Kurt? I'm like
Sure.
Here.
It depends on
total
what
backwards.
computer you got.
Wait. Listen. So guys, listen. So this live stream's getting a little long. So you just go ahead and talk for now, and we'll train you
Sorry.
afterwards. It's okay, no
Okay.
worries.
Then
But we
well,
just want to
what
hear
they
what you say for
said,
sure.
this might be interesting. What they said at the cemetery is owned by church, Protestant, Presbyterian, can't remember which one.
Okay.
Interesting. Well, the ours are Catholic,
I know
apparently
that's what.
devout.
Okay, that's what I was just thinking. Okay.
Yeah,
Apparently
but see,
not. Well,
I
oops.
did this funny thing for. We're not allowed to mention other creators. Well, in a good way. Justin.
Yeah, that's fine.
Middle
It's fine.
name
I don't mind.
L.
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't
had-
mind. I don't mind mentioning other creators on this channel as long
He
as
had a
people
he
aren't
had a
trashing
real
them.
bad he had a real bad time one day, because he went on with a bunch of very hot-blooded creators, and also with the R's, and he
Oh yeah,
offered
I
a
saw that.
compromise. Right. Well, I felt really bad, so I went on one of her videos, and I made a list of all the times she said the same thing,
Yeah.
or repeated like God, or asked for money, and I
Yeah.
counted them all, and I wrote it down, and
Oh
then
my
I wrote it
gosh!
to him.
Wow.
Oh, it was so
That's
good.
awesome. Jeez.
35,
Yikes.
30. It was less than 45 minutes, and 35 times she said the word God.
Oh
17
wow.
times, 17 times she talked about the money, because they
Aw.
isn't, and it's a shame, because can you believe they have to do this? They have to. Oh, and they
Yeah.
have 4 lawyers. 4 lawyers. She needs money for 4 lawyers.
Oh.
17 times, Kelly.
Oh my
She
gosh, that's a
meant
lot.
the money. I think Jesus was 11. 4 times. It doesn't cost a dime to be nice to people. That's
Right.
all she's about. That's all she's
Aw.
about, is trying to change people to be nicer. That's all she's about. And I'm just going. I'm
Yeah.
like sitting back going, "Is this for real?" And
I
then I
know.
start checking it off. So, yeah, but he was really, really picked on. I mean, it's a bizarre
Oh, I know.
atmosphere.
I know.
I
I don't think he
have
deserves that.
experience with Dave that I can't talk about until he does something that I asked him to do, to take back something, to
Okay.
actually give back something. And I always keep my word, so I can't trash him until he doesn't do it. And I don't mean trash in a mean way. I mean like the truth, which for me, the truth is the most important thing in my life. I never,
Uh-huh.
ever, ever lie, ever. So,
Uh-huh.
oh gosh, I'm rambling. But it was, oh yeah, the church. Okay. The police said that they were allowed to have the video, because I said, look, I'm a, victim, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I've had experiences with men and violence, and I find it very
Yeah.
disturbing and very creepy that this man can get to the cemetery within 5 minutes of seeing someone on this video that somehow offends them. And I acted like I didn't
Yeah.
know Dave and TJ at all. And I said, you
Mhm.
know, these foreigners are coming from very far away to make a documentary. Because, you know, Dave was like, I'm going to make a documentary. And
Mhm.
the cop right out of his mouth came, Dave from Australia and Tanya from Germany. And I went, yeah, they were waiting for them. They were
Yeah,
waiting for
right.
like, and I said, well, I said, oh my, that she's like my neighbor. I'm in Holland. You know, and I had said to them, this is
Uh-huh.
my name. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is why I'm calling. I have a real problem with a video
Uh-huh.
camera next to a, you know, they call it the
Mhm.
memorial. And
Mhm.
he explained to me why it was legal, because the church gave them special dispensation to have it. And as
Mhm.
they own it, I didn't say anything snarky like, yeah, they didn't pay for it though.
Right.
You know, and you know, but then I said to him, okay, well, let's talk about the sign. And he said, what sign? I said, there's a sign that says no videos may be taken and all offenders will be prosecuted by the law. He said,
Mhm.
oh, I don't think that sign's there. I said, sir, trust me.
Mhm.
It's there because everybody on YouTube can see a picture of it. It's there.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And he said, well, I'd have to check. I said, well, that's it. You know, I was being real. I was like, go ahead, because you're real close. Go
Yeah,
drive over and
right.
look at the sign, because they're not allowed to do that. I feel I you know, it's like you said, you wouldn't be friends with NK. I wouldn't be friends with Sandy Rusick probably, but I could be
Mhm.
most cordial and have a nice conversation with her, and my heart goes out to her. But
Mhm.
you're not allowed to do stuff like that. You're not allowed to put
Yeah.
signs up that say you may not video this grave in a public cemetery. And meanwhile, there's a camera up there. And if we don't like the way you look, or we think you look like a short Australian with wireframe glasses, we're getting in our pickup trucks and we're coming
Right.
over. It's just
Yeah.
not appropriate, you know? It's just so you know, I go the distance. I was really passionate about that. I was really offended by the signs and stuff. And truthfully, this case just got to me like so many other
Mhm.
people. It just
Mhm.
I wanted to know so badly for those girls who really was involved, and who really, whether they're ever going to serve time or not, really deserves to, that people know that that the truth is out there, you know. But yeah, Dave, yeah, he's just asking for it, isn't he? I mean,
He is. He really is. Yeah. I mean,
he's really asking for it. But Tanya's very cool and she's very smart.
Mhm.
The tonight they did the big reveal of the truth of what, yeah, what
Yeah, wait, hold on. I just
Dawn.
need to address something. Well, just one second. Chris, yeah, I don't mind if you mention other creators in chat if it's in a positive way. Like I don't like my philosophy is that I want everyone to be successful, and there's plenty of views and whatever to go around. So please feel free to. But listen, I don't want to have a conversation about Red X and all. I already did my little summary of
Okay.
that. But yeah, but
Yeah,
you
and
know.
I'm rambling here, so let Kurt go back
Okay.
to bat.
Okay. You're so funny.
I
Go
was
ahead,
just
Kurt.
Come on,
supporting.
Kurt.
I was just supporting Kelly tonight for all the information that we got, especially the financials, everything that we were looking at with that, and it was obvious to see that it really adds to the case of what was going on with them.
Yeah,
I had
yeah.
mentioned earlier in one of the chats that they probably, a lot of pressure would have been taken off if they would have sold that house
Right.
and moved to maybe a little more of a middle class kind of house just to get their finances under control. And
Yeah, but they were so
Yeah.
far out of control and so in
It
denial
was
about it.
yeah.
well, yeah,
Yes.
well, I know, but I'm just saying if this was a scenario of what if they were thinking financially, fiscally responsible about what they were trying to do, they could have gotten into maybe a smaller house, something that they could have dealt with for a while. And
Yeah.
once they got their finances under control, and then work back up towards that bigger house that they might have wanted to have.
We've
But I
been given
think,
the impression that he wanted to do that, don't you? You've said
yeah,
that before, Kelly, because I've listened. This is my first live, but I listened to a lot of your stuff, and I
Yeah.
listened to you reading Cindy's last chapter
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
everything like that. That was tonight. You did like a like synopsis, but I listened to the whole reading of it that you did, and
And by the way,
Kurt,
a couple people have asked. I'm going to read the whole book. That's in production right now, but I've been losing my voice because of like allergies, so I haven't been able to read the whole thing yet. But it's coming out for those of you that want that. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
He wanted the smaller house, and she wanted the bigger house.
That's right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He,
Yep.
he says, and everyone describes him this way. I think his actions show him to be this way. And he said that I just really wanted to move into a smaller house. And I think that he really just did want like to be like okay. I think that he's like way more screwed up than he acted like before this happened, but I think there was a big part of him that just wanted to be okay on every level and just like live a manageable life. Unfortunately, that never happened for any of them.
And we can't be attacked for seeing that she put a lot of pressure on him with this MLM and the money that was going into it, because that great thing you did where it showed the MLMs, how you have to, that was really good. When you did the breakdown of how much money you have to sell to really be the way she was.
Exactly.
There's no way she was selling that much. She was buying it.
Exactly. I mean, that's why I feel so, people say, oh, because I always say that $10,000, it did not go to the mortgage. It showed in their financial papers. It went to Thrive. People say, how do you know that? Well, I don't have a paper trail to prove that. And I will be the first person to say it, but having been involved in a few MLMs, I know it. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And people who are really obsessed with that 10,000. It's really funny. But other people have said, okay, she paid off credit cards so she could buy more Thrive. It became like a thing with her. It became her ticket to really looking successful.
Exactly.
Right.
She equaled that with being successful, and those are two different things.
And that's really sad. To me, that's really
ahead.
sad. Yeah.
Oh,
well, what I was going to say is that was the driving force behind what she was doing the whole time. And even though she was exploiting her children on there and trying to make it look
say hello, say hi to everybody, wave, and she'd get like angry when they didn't.
I know, and she was a young mother and dealing with little kids she probably tried to expect them to perform a little bit better on Facebook Live, but
at 3 and 4 you would expect that, because age 3 and 4, that's where you really come alive, no pun intended, with your Thrive selling. No, she expected way too much of them.
But maybe she thought, here's another thing that I've always thought about is maybe she thought that the more I push, and I'm really trying to sell this product and all that can get us out of debt. I don't know. I mean, that's just one thing that I've thought about is that's the reason she was so.
Yeah, and it's just like people who gamble to cover another debt. They're like,
I was just going to say that.
I'm gonna win that this time, and then I'm going to pay everything back.
Mm-hmm.
It was like the same thing. And
when you're in your 30s, at 30, I forget how old. What, like 30?
38, which NA did not know. Okay, I know every detail of this case. I tell you, her best friend did not know. She went 38. She guessed between 38 and 42. Her best.
Wait, she wasn't 38. Shanann wasn't 38.
She was like 30. What?
Shanann was 34 when she died.
Yeah.
Okay, was she 34?
34. Yeah.
Okay, then NA guessed from 38. Oh, I don't know, 38, 38. She went up through the numbers. Her best friend. Yeah. That was a real.
Well, I don't know. See, listen. So I think that because I personally think NA is involved in anything scandalous. I think when she answered questions incorrectly, I think a couple things. She was confused. She was a little flustered, and she also didn't know that what the answers were going to live on in history. Now, like
That's my point, Kelly.
Yeah.
I said these people had no idea that 4 years later we were all going to be picking apart everything they said and did in slow motion. I mean, we watched everything.
Yeah.
And that's also unfortunate for Shanann.
Well, it is, but it
got
isn't.
to
But wait,
see.
I'm like dying to say this about
Sorry,
NA not knowing her age. It's okay. But like, I don't like my best friend in the world, who is like really my best friend, and I know just
you
about
said
everything
this.
about her that you can understand from experience. She happens to be exactly 4 years and 1 day older than me. And so whenever someone asks me her age, I have to stop. I have to try to remember how old I am. I have to think about adding 4 plus 1 day. You know, like, so I don't think it's weird that she didn't know her age. Yeah.
Her best friend, and she's so
yeah, but that's my best friend. I only know because you just add 4 to my.
know.
And that's if I know my own age. Seriously, I'm being serious.
Yeah, but Kelly, darling, you and NA are, you know, it's unusual for more of us than not.
Okay.
We would know. No offense,
Fair
Blondie.
enough.
No offense,
Yeah.
Blondie.
I've heard that before.
I like to say age is relevant. I mean, you know, there's your physical age, and there's your, you know,
yes.
Their finances were nuts. Their finances, even the money, it seemed like it's obvious they were spending more than they made. I mean, anybody can see it.
Yeah.
And you're doing you're doing really great financial presentations, from the Thrive business to their actual bank statements. And it's like, duh. I mean, how could they not know?
But you know, like, but what I was saying to like DTC Primetime when she was on here, maybe last week or a couple weeks ago, and you know, she was saying, well, you know, for me, it's just like, you know, you look at the red, you look at the black. If it doesn't even out, you make some changes. And I get that it's like that for some people, but I really think that some people, and I believe that this couple, for each of them in different ways, are in such a state of elected illusion in their life that they don't see it because they choose not to, and they put all of these mirages in front of themselves, so they don't have to see the reality.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's just how I see it.
No, but like Kurt said, she thought any minute her horse was going to cross the finish line, you know?
Exactly.
She was going to get the more Thrive she bought, the more she was going to have on hand for when all these people started calling. And the sad truth is, people like started unfriending her and stuff because, like many other she started just asking everybody. She started, like, they considered it, you know, like harassing, awkward. You know, it's awkward when your friend says, hey, do you want to invest in my super sky high building shaped like an alien? And you're like, oh, yeah, please do not do that again. You know, really,
and then they do.
and Kelly, I mean,
they can't help it.
Yeah.
Just from what we've heard from you, Kelly, you've been involved in a couple of those MLM.
Yeah, that's right.
And you educated me about that, but I mean, it's they market it as like this big successful thing that you can do and draw you in, and then it's almost like you're stuck, right?
Yeah, you're stuck, or you're either stuck financially because you've invested a lot of money up front. And again, it's not always that way. I know we have some subscribers and members who are involved in MLMs, and they are where they want to be in there. And it truly is not like this for everyone. But I think that for the majority of people, it is. You're either stuck financially because you've invested a lot of money and it feels like, quitting now is going to be to lose all of that money that you invested. But probably if you did quit now, you'd be ahead of the game as compared to if you continued. Or, people immediately get addicted to the camaraderie, to when you do something really well, the people in your upline, the people that everyone's looking up to and waiting for their live stream once a month in your upline actually send you a personalized gift, and they call you and they acknowledge you. And this is what life is hard, man. A lot of people have big voids inside right now. And whether we know it or not, we are looking to fill them often.
Yeah.
And I think this is how it works.
Yeah. And then when they have all those go ahead.
Well, go ahead. No, she needed it. She needed that personal affection, whatever, false or real or whatever. That was part of the perfect storm of this event.
Yes,
is that she kept going for it because she, like you said, she became addicted not just to the thought, Kurt, of being successful, real successful, but to all the people saying and thinking that she was successful. She hooked on that.
Yeah, and the pressure of with the house and always going on live, Facebook Live all the time. I've never seen anybody that's ever done that every single day so many times.
I haven't either. I haven't either.
And I mean that in itself, I've always said, when families that are posting how wonderful their lives are and all their kids and all that, that's cool, every once in a while. But when they're doing it every day and all that, I've always thought that they're trying to compensate for something that's not really going on.
Sometimes all day. All day. It was crazy.
Yeah. And I mean, you even heard, we've seen videos of where Bella was saying, put down the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, mom, a 4-year-old saying that.
Yeah.
And then it got really weird because people started noticing, but she never went out of the house. She never was at the grocery store. I think stuff like that is cute to see about a friend. It was always about eating a Thrive bar in her kitchen and then feeding to the children caffeine and sugar and stuff. And I'm not saying, oh, she was a bad mom. I'm not, at all.
Marshmallows.
Cabinets
exactly.
of chips.
Yeah.
And it was just sitting. She was selling Thrive, and then people started saying, "Oh, she had a caregiver because she never went out of the house." And you start to think about all this weird stuff, and I was like, she never did have a video outside of the house, and I thought, oh, that is so weird.
Except when she went to North Carolina, but then again, she was at a house, so.
And then, North Carolina, she did not post a lot.
Or on the plane.
Talking about that.
Yeah.
Or on the plane when they were flying to North Carolina, those last fateful weeks.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
They had a flood.
No, when she was flying, the only time I ever saw a video of her actually posting something was in an airport.
Right.
Or when she was flying to North Carolina for that 6
one video, where she's with the kids on the plane.
Yeah.
And there's the video where the kids are running towards Chris.
Yes, exactly.
See, those are the two. You saw the two. Those are the two. Oh, it's scary.
That was now in retrospect, we can look at that, and that was after he was already screwing around with Nicole. But I mean, it's just to see that now in retrospect and everything, it's just sad.
Yeah.
And
so listen. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go. You're the
okay. Well, I just wanted to say something, a little bit of a practical scheduling situation. So I really, especially as you guys are talking about this, I really want to cover the timeline of the bankruptcy and how that fit into their practical life and what we knew was going on with the MLM and the illnesses and whatnot. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold off the members only live stream until during like the week this week. And I think I'm going to finish that up tomorrow evening. People that want to see that, does that sound good? It'll be 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. What do you think?
And I can go. I'm a chatty Cathy. I can get off and you can do your thing now. I'll go get a cup of coffee because
Oh
it's
no, I'm
8:30.
done. I'm done. I've been on here for like 4 hours and I'm really tired.
It's 8:30 in them. It's 8:30 in the morning here now.
Oh, nice. It's 2:30 in the morning here.
Oh
You're,
gosh.
Nice.
you're on the Eastern Coast, right? I'm in Tennessee, so it's
Where,
1:30
where
here.
are you?
Tennessee.
Where are you?
I'm in
Oh,
Tennessee.
you don't. So you knew Johnny Majors then? Is that name familiar to you? Do you didn't know the name Johnny Majors, the famous Tennessee football coach?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, I know Johnny Major.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Majors was a real good friend of my dad's.
Oh.
Well, he was the coach at the University of Pittsburgh. Took us to the Sugar Bowl 1976. I was there.
Fun. New Orleans, right? Sugar Bowl's in New Orleans. Where is it? Sugar Bowl, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Huh.
It was a
My
really,
dad
really
played
good
football
time.
at Syracuse University. We always had to go follow around all the teams and the whatever. Yeah, football. Woo!
Yeehaw. That's what you do.
Yeah.
You
Yes.
literally do follow them around.
Especially down south on Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I just I think the financial stuff is really interesting because it was really maybe the biggest part of what caused him to, I mean, I don't know if either of you noticed or anyone obsessive with these videos noticed that he would make faces like when
Yes.
Yeah.
the videos you could see, and like I said, this poor deceased woman had no idea that we do know a lot about her life now. We know more about her life now than people knew about it when she was alive.
Yeah. People close to her knew about it when she was alive. Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't all know the down and dirty like we do now.
Right.
And they know now. We all know more now than anybody knew when she was alive. And it's like, it's good, but it's sad. It's interesting, but it's, and that's why her family is getting like all freaked out. But it's like, hey, we're obsessed because we feel badly about your daughter and your grandkids. It's a
Exactly.
heart grabbing. It's just an obsessive case. I asked
Yeah.
YouTubers, I said, is this the most controversial case? Because this is my first ever on YouTube, my first time being a member. I watched true crime, and my first case that I got really involved in. I'm like, this is really getting heavy with these creators and the fights and the R's. And everybody said, absolutely, it's the most controversial case. It's the most
Crazy. Yeah.
polarizing. I like to use that word because there's
Yes,
like
absolutely.
you're
It's
either
true.
hot or you're cold,
Oh yeah. Yeah,
and
that's right.
Well, I think
and
the main reason for that is because up to that point, they look like the all-American family, just beautiful people with beautiful kids.
Yeah.
And
the whole thing, the house, the Lexus, the blah blah blah, everything. And then behind the scenes, it was like completely the opposite.
Right.
It was that NK and the ooh and I
Another
have to say, and people get really queasy,
apparently,
but I'm really blunt. The ending was so ugly.
It was.
I mean, the ending was in the oil with the mother and the fetus in the field and the sheet. It was all so ugly.
I know.
So disrespectful. It wasn't just murders. It was like gross, evil, slimy murderess.
Yeah.
Over an affair, and it was everything bad you can imagine. So they went, Kurt, from like, Mr. and Mrs. America to la 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 la. And it's just I don't know. I ask myself, what is it about this case that just makes me bananas? I want to know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
want to know the truth. I want to know every single fact. I want to know what was hidden. It just opens you up to like.
So you understand the name of the channel then? Watts the
Watts,
Obsession.
I love it. Yeah, Watts the Obsession. Yeah, I call you WTO.
Yes,
WTO,
yes.
or I say Kelly from Philly. Kelly from Philly.
That too.
Same with me. I mean, that's why I look at those pictures of when, in happier times, and it just baffles me. So, I mean.
Yeah.
But Kurt, it wasn't real. See, it really wasn't real.
It's like they were on stage the whole time.
And she was great at it. She was great at, and she was actually happy. She didn't just look happy. She was happy doing that.
Yes.
So that made her happy. It fed the machine, and she, and just, there were like, Star Mom, Kelly.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. And Star Mom, I love the way she yeah.
Yes, yep.
And she said, the problem I have is that she when she teased the girls or did something, like they were on the camera and they didn't want to be on the camera, and when she'd say hello, say hello, it got really, she said I could see a lot of times that she wasn't teasing them in a funny way.
No,
Like
I agree
talking,
with that.
like about their hair or something like that. And you saw her so much that you saw these things, and you can't help but say, "Ooh, that was a little unusual." Oh, I just saw him look at her like he wanted to kill her.
Right.
Oops.
Well,
And we
yeah,
say
yeah.
something like that. Well, and then people go, "Oh, you're bashing her. You're bashing her. You made a joke about death." And it's like, no, I used a phrase 3 million people use 20 million times a day. It was an accident, but yeah, he did do that. Oh, it's just, like I said, it's a combination.
Yeah.
But so
Yeah.
Kelly, your schedule tomorrow night is, you're going to do it 8:30 American time.
Yeah. So tomorrow night, we're gonna do the let's see, we're gonna do I'm just gonna complete what I was gonna do tonight, where the timeline of the bankruptcy is gonna be compared to what was going on in the MLM scene with Shanann and Chris, I guess, a little bit, and some other things that are actually very, very interesting. There was just too much information to get in tonight, and then I ended up talking about some of this creator stuff. So it's going to be let's say 9 p.m. tomorrow night. That's going to be Eastern Daylight Time, and I will have to start 9 p.m. because I have to go to work early Monday morning. So yes, and then we will finish up this whole topic and the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, I said at the beginning in chat, I said, and I you never know if your writing is going to come off the way you sound or you mean it.
Sure.
But they cannot sue AD. Okay, I mean, UK is not the same law type law.
Right.
It's similar though. It's taken very seriously.
Right.
Over here in Europe, we do not do libel and slander.
Right.
Okay,
You don't
it's
do
not
anything that could approach frivolous.
I mean, a lawyer won't take cases.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
you're right. They don't do
Yeah.
frivolous here.
Yeah.
And the judge won't accept it. They cannot. If they could sue him, they would have done it already.
Yeah.
If they
Right.
had a
I know.
chance.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And they are very active in still doing GoFundMes to collect the money to sue him. And I'm telling you, they cannot do it. It is not enough. It is not. They have to prove damage. Well,
Yeah.
a
There's
judge
no
is going to say, if you want to avoid damage, then you have to turn off your YouTube. You have to stop listening.
Yeah.
That's
Blue
what
Eye, you
everyone's
can
saying.
come up. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. And is it like, am I seeing a whole lot of pot calling kettle black around here? Like, I'm so mad at you because you're making money, and well, okay.
It's like they think they own her demise. They own her
Yeah.
demise. They're the only ones that should be talking about it. They should be making more money than they are right now. And they don't understand that people can see that they are making money off of this. And they're
Right.
sort of like, well, like Shanann, they're counting on that money. And they are really pushing it for that money. And 17 times in a 45-minute conversation, and it was about Jesus, and oh gosh, I pray every day. I pray so much that Frank teases me, and I think I'm going to make a pork roast tonight. If you want to tune in later, it was a run-on sentence that contained. I just went. I can't believe I just heard that. I can't believe. I think I'm going to make a pork roast tonight.
Yeah.
It was, but it was just like, it was just a video so she could bring up the the greenback issue 17 times. I just can't get I can't get over it. I I I don't think that anybody is trashing them. I think that the Watts are taking some abuse that is just unfounded, and
Oh, I know. I feel so bad for them. I know.
it's weird. It's like,
Yeah, it's weird.
it's so cruel. It's really, really cruel, because they actually lost a son too. I mean, they lost a child too.
Well, they
They
did, and
really
even
did.
if people are going to debate that, they lost their grandchildren, and even if they had, bye, Josh. If even have a good night, see you tomorrow night, and even if they had, animosity with Shanann, they still cared about her. It was their daughter. It's a loss no matter how you look at it. Let me just let Blue Eyed Wolf come on up here, okay? And then I
Now,
think I got
Kurt,
like
how
10
long
minutes
have you
left
been
in me.
following this case? How involved are you in the case?
I got pretty interested in it. Like I was just watching true crime on different channels and stuff like that. And I would say probably for maybe 6 months or so. I remember when it happened back in the day.
I do too.
But then I watched like something on maybe A&E or one of the true crime channels about it, and just seeing all those pictures, and I just started thinking to myself, what was really going on here? Because this is not. There's more to the story than what is being portrayed. So
why do you both think she would cause such problems with his parents when she was concerned that they themselves, their marriage was drifting apart? Why do you think she would cause such a ruckus with his mom and dad? Don't you think that's strange?
yeah,
To
called isolation, trying to isolate him
That's
from
right. That's right.
Isn't that like a narcissist thing or something? Yeah, it is.
Well, it's an unhealthy relationship thing.
a power play kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Let me just wait,
'cause I
guys.
think
Let me just introduce. Blue Eyed Wolf came up on panel, so I just want to say hello. Hi, welcome, Blue Eyed Wolf, and I want to just make sure you're. There you go. I can hear you just fine.
Oh yeah, I don't see my little icon that lets me know that I'm in the room.
Oh yeah, you know what? There is like no icon, but that's okay. I don't know why that is. So I don't know.
I see you as a camera with a cross through it.
Oh, that's how I see you. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm like solid black as night. That's
there
cool.
you are. Yeah, you're solid black, and now I can see your name. Perfect. Cool.
Yeah, cool.
So, what do you have on your mind?
Well, I've got a couple of things. I've been following this since probably August, September of 2018. Where it kind of blew up, and it kind of introduced me to the whole, true crime community, and it's just fascinating to see the dynamics going on between people and groups and talks and whatnot. But I have two observations about the Watts case, because I'm thinking, why to this day am I still? I even purchased the Thrive Shakes to get like this 4-dimensional experience of this whole
Yeah,
thing.
I did that too. I did the whole experience.
Exactly.
I thought of where I could get
I
them
love that how
over
you said
here.
it. 4-dimensional experience.
Yeah,
That's
it's like which
awesome.
one
Oh
was
my
it?
gosh.
But here's the 2 observations. These are the key components that have kept me riveted. And I've got an internet friend, and we talk about this all the time. We're on the same page with it. Okay, the first thing is I can't think of another murder case where we have hours of video
Right.
that we can watch of this gal and her kids and the husband. And this leads you to almost this, the way your brain is processing it is like, I know her.
It's like you're bonding
Right.
with them without realizing it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't think there's any, I mean, you guys have probably watched, those, the forensic files, cold case
Yeah,
files.
yeah,
And you see photos of the person and maybe some video of a birthday
That's right.
party or something,
Right.
but you're still a little, there's a wall, a little bit of a wall.
Right.
This is like, this could not have happened except for social media, the way we have, I mean, and it just gives everybody the opportunity to dissect, to judge, to watch, to rewind over and over. Is that a shadow? Is that a shadow? Hang on, look, there's a ponytail. That's Nicole.
Yes,
You know,
to slow down, to add filters, to play it again with the slow down and the filters and the
And and Shanann provided us with her back, with all of her. I mean, like Kurt said, who else has ever put that much up in a day? So she gave us all we needed to see, everything about every bit of their personalities, all 4 of them.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yes, and you've got to kind of read between the lines carefully.
Yes, I agree.
The second point is the dynamics of, and then this is just, okay, here's my take on this.
Yeah.
Is Chris I guess he's still out there. He's a beta, okay?
Yeah.
And I don't really, this is just kind of an objective scientific thing. I'm not trying to like inflame anything. I believe this all started with his mother.
Yeah, I do too.
His sister is very similar to the mother, and the Ronnie, the husband, is more like Chris, laid back. He can take it. He'll put up with it. He wants them to run the show. The women run the show, and Chris married a woman who's just like his mother.
Yeah.
And the most horrifying, I mean, a lot of these videos she's posted, they're not that interesting to me. They're repetitious. They're sales videos.
Right.
The one that really, really is the kicker. And boy, I've got some, it's like, I feel like I got to be careful saying this because I don't want to be misinterpreted.
Okay.
The Checkers video.
I
watched that so many times because it's like you could not script something and have actors play it that is as fascinating as how she is publicly. And man, she just needed a guy to kind of get her in line a little bit. I don't think she was a horrible person, but I think she needed to dial it back a little because her picking, her humiliation, her joking. Hey, everybody, Chris is a sore loser. You're emasculating your husband over and over and over for the laughs of your little cult women. They'll turn against you as fast as anybody else. But anyway, the Checkers video.
Like the Santa Claus video too. I mean,
the Christmas.
She did it a little bit all the time.
Yeah, just
that's what people noticed.
That's Chris. He left the phone in the garage. Kicking and pushing, and the kids are screaming. They're terrified of him. He's just standing there like a whipped lump.
Yep, I know. I was thinking both those instances, the Checkers video or the Santa video. I have never had a significant other that would have, I don't want to say allowed, but I can't think of a better word. They would have pushed back if I treated them like that. And that was a good thing because I would never have been with somebody who was as much of a like flimsy pushover as Chris Watts because that would drive me nuts. I think.
Now, are you counting your husbands, Kelly, or is this just boyfriends from the past?
Boyfriends. I've never been married. Nope, never been married. I've had
Oh.
some I've had long-term relationships. I've never been married.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I'm good with that.
I don't know the checkers video. I'm gonna now. When we get off, I'm gonna go look that up.
Yeah,
You know I am.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That was a really good. I think that was a really good assessment of things. Blue-eyed wolf. I think what you're saying is very interesting.
Well, there's also one more little moment, and it's the one where she is surprising him with the baby reveal.
Uh-huh.
At the very end.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
He already looks nervous.
Awesome.
There's a tone in her voice. It's just a test.
It's just a test. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of tension.
We all know exactly.
What I'm saying is there's a lot of tension.
Yes.
And
Yes.
he goes, did you notice how he goes, wow. And it's
never been live. Honestly, that is something that I think personally that's between your husband and wife. I mean, that should have been just discussed between them and not put on before he even knew it on Facebook.
Right. She put him on the spot, and he looked so awkward. And I don't understand why everybody says he wanted it. He wanted it, the baby. But I guess that was her telling her friends that it was his idea. Plus that's another interesting thing in this case is a creator will start not start on purpose to rumor, but say something. Okay, like his supposed genius brain. I think that started with him in the interview where he told the Dodge that he 140
There's no
I
way.
absolutely do not.
There's no way
I
he
do
has that.
IQ evaluations, and there's
No.
no way that.
No. 140? No.
So now everybody refers to him as Rain Man and he's so smart. How can he be this? And I'm like, from one comment he made himself and bragging, but you don't know because he could be a real, sociopath, like some people think. He was just like, oh yeah, I took a test. I don't know, it was like 140. And I went, say what? No, you did not get 140. And now everybody on YouTube's like, oh, he was supposed to be such a genius. I don't think he was very smart. He didn't do this really smart. And I'm like, there's no grand revelation that he's a genius. It's one comment he made from prison. Prison was where he discovered that he was really smart. Oh, good for you, babe. Good for you.
There's nothing special about him.
Well, yeah, I mean, his coworkers called him Rayman. I think that was just because of Elizabeth Bridges just pointed out too. I think that was just because of the way his brain worked. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, now here's a question I'd like to ask you guys. Give me your opinion. This is the crux of the moment where it's a big mystery. Did he plan this? Was he fantasizing about it?
No, that is a distinction I haven't heard anyone make. That's important.
Snap, because now here's where, oh my God, I mean, if you wanted to get into trouble, you could say something like this. So here we go.
Oh boy.
He may have been so frustrated. And of course, with the mistress, that's really going to this is not an original plan. What happened with Chris ain't original. What's fascinating is just how passive he was and how he went from 0 to 1,000. And I am wondering if that comment she made that early morning to him, you're never going to see the kids again, was a flashpoint. Maybe. Then what I'm saying by getting in trouble is this implies that I'm blaming her.
I can't comment because I don't know. A reveal this evening has a different sort of ending. I don't think that conversation. I don't know. I'm not sure that really happened. Apparently he was planning it before he even met the murder.
Well, that's what was presented on. That's what Red X and Don Joe presented tonight.
Well, but what do you guys think? I mean, there's a million.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I think. Go ahead, Kurt.
Well, I've said this before that I thought just what I think is that we see that video when Shanann walks in from her business after her business trip after Nicole, her friend Nicole, drops her off, and she goes into the house, and that's the last we see of her. That I already thought the kids were dead by then, because he had mentioned that he knew when he went to that birthday party across the street that that was the last time that they were going to be able to do that, and it was going to be the last time that he was going to be able to tuck those kids in. So to me, that in itself says, and he said that and he also said that he tried to kill them before they had their argument, but remember, it didn't.
Well,
He
just
did.
Cheryl and Cadel, yes.
He thought he killed them.
He
How
thought
crazy is this?
Right. And then Cece woke up or whatever. Anyways, I mean, who knows? But I just think before they all went out to the oil fields and all that, that probably everybody was dead. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. He lies. And who knows what he, when they went back to interview him after he'd been incarcerated for a year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, who knows if he's telling the truth or not?
Okay. So listen, guys, you guys, I love that you're having we're having a good conversation. The chat is like en fuego tonight. But I just
using
noticed,
your
ding,
channel.
ding, ding, ding. It's 3 a.m. and I am so
I know. I thought about that.
However, if you guys want to continue chatting, I'm just going to kind of like fold my laundry here and listen, and then you're welcome to do that, though.
Well, okay. Oh,
No,
don't
go
tell
ahead.
me that. I'll be on here till tomorrow. And look at her. He's so cute and young. Oh, that's just a nice thing to stand across from.
I know. I think that it just was brought to my attention to like this evening that I think that a couple people might have a little crush on Curdy Kurt.
Well, he's cute. But I say that as like an aunt. As an aunt type or mother type, okay? Yeah, I always tell guys that, like, oh, you're so cute, and they like look at me. I'm like, no, I mean like a little boy cute, okay? That's what I mean. I don't do that. I don't do that NK stuff. Oops.
Well, no. In the South, we take it as a compliment.
And the shame is about NK is she's so personally unlikable. She's so unlikable. People want her to somehow be more involved than she was. She was very involved.
I agree.
She really was.
I want her to be involved. I don't know that I'm convinced that she was. I think she's kind of a simpleton, kind of like Chris. I don't see her as. I mean, her look.
Bipolar.
She did nothing that I think any normal, curious woman hasn't done in the past, which is do a little search, fantasize about the man, minimize the fact that he's married. That behavior is not out of the ordinary. And of course, she's, minimizing. And I just don't get this feeling that Chris was perfectly capable of doing this himself.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that. Don't forget, Blue-Eyed Wolf, his past in high school and college of no dating women. He was so awkward that he literally had one sort of relationship who was using him as a rebound before he met Shanann. I mean, that's it.
Crazy.
That's all he had.
How does that relate to him not being able to murder? I don't.
Right. Yeah.
If anything, that fosters this antisocial.
I was thinking that too. Yeah.
When did he learn to cope with another person? When did he learn to assert himself as a man?
Well, he didn't.
He blew up.
He had to Google. How do I know if I'm in love? How do I show love? How do I know?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Here's one story I just want to bring up that, I think kind of relates to this. So if, we are connecting, I've said before, definitely that, he has this constitution where he really requires a very strong personality woman to be in his life, and he just conforms to what that woman needs or that he thinks that she wants. It was first his mother, and then it was Shanann, and then it was NK. So when it was his mother, and then he met Shanann, and they were getting married, and he dropped his mama like a hot potato, and now he met Nicole Kessinger, and he was going to do the same thing to his wife, right? So I always think back about that story that Cindy Watts herself told about. She'd hear him in the bathroom crying and praying with the door shut or locked or whatever, like many times. I'm like, what the hell, mother, mom, hello? Why didn't you figure out what was wrong with your child? Right. Like if I heard my son locked in the bathroom crying and praying, I would be so disturbed. I would buzz in there and be like, what is going on? Tell me everything right now. We're going to go to the mental emergency room. Like, I don't know if I do that, but I would
unless
handle
it's
it,
about a boner.
That's not even, but like we're talking about my kid. So, but I would, even if it was,
well,
I
no,
would
but that
handle
a high school kid, a high school boy, you expected to be crying or laughing or something in the bathroom.
Right,
They lock themselves in there, and then you gotta hose that place down. But
I think he was young. I don't think that was it though. But
no, I know. I'm teasing. You should get right. She should have gotten right on that. She should have gotten right on a lot of things he did. When you go through your entire life and don't date a grown woman, even if I were 80, I'd say to my son, let's go talk to someone, honey.
Right.
There's a problem here.
What I'm gathering, from what Blue Eyed Wolf is saying is, I definitely get the impression that he himself never knew how to handle his own emotions or have his own emotions, and certainly never learned how to handle anything that was, extraordinarily difficult or challenging. So I could see how he could turn out to be this person who had no really
connection,
and also just had perhaps a psychopathic personality.
Did Cindy say in one of those, in her book or somewhere? I thought I heard this somewhere where maybe she might have said that they were not like that kind of like touchy-feely kind of family, and they weren't real emotional with each other. And did I hear that somewhere, or am I just?
She said they didn't. She said, in comparing to the Rusicks, that they shared a whole lot about personal information about their family, and her family wasn't that way. But I don't remember that specifically what you're saying, but I just might not be remembering.
Okay, I thought I might have heard that, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Huh. I don't know.
Well, I'm going to go, because if I stay, then we're all going to keep talking, because that's just me, Miss Magnetism. Oh, listen to me. I'm NK. Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm so cool.
So
and
funny.
I want to thank you both, but especially you, Kelly. And I do catch so
coming
many
up. That's
replays.
Awesome. Oh, that's so great.
Well, Kurt and I are going to do this to you again,
Okay, cool. Yeah, I love it. I love having people on channel. Yeah,
we are
definitely.
Jump on your channel again.
And Blue Eyed Wolf. I like hearing from Blue Eyed Wolf too. Yes.
Is that
I speak for Kurt. I speak for Kurt in all matters. Yes.
Oh wow! Now you have it. There you go. A strong woman. Hey, marriage might be in your future, Kelly. Hey, you two. Good morning. I'm going out to work in my garden.
Oh, nice.
And
nice.
you go to
Have
sleep, Kelly. You go to sleep.
I'm going to go to
Kurt,
sleep.
I don't even want to know what you're going to do, because it probably involves the bathroom.
Bye-bye,
guys.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Great time tonight, everybody.
Yes.
It was great.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, my goodness.
Good night.
Panel people. Love y'all. Oh, Good night, Kurt. Thank you for coming up. Be here tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
So 8 o'clock my time.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And I want to talk to Blue Eyed Wolf for a minute here.
Okay.
Bye. Thanks for coming up, Kurt. Always love having you on. Good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, Blue Eyed Wolf. How are ya?
I'm good. How you doing?
Oh, so I'm good. So I really liked what you were saying. So about everything that you mentioned, actually, I think you had mentioned some things, or gosh, I'm getting really tired, so it's the only reason my memory, I don't remember everything you just said. That was just like a different perspective than I had heard before.
DMT patch.
What's that?
Put on your DMT patch. Or
I know.
DFT,
my DFT patch. Yes, I know. I need to thrive. I need to be thriving. Oh my goodness. But yeah, that was, I think you asked some really interesting questions. Yeah. What do you think happened?
Well, I think because of the nature of the internet, I think people have made it more complicated than it actually is. Usually the truth is pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I think Cindy Watts has some major issues as a human being. Don't know much about his sister, but both of them sabotaged the wedding. I mean, that's bizarre to do that.
Yeah.
They can't come out of your own.
Do you think they see now? I've gone back and forth.
What?
Go ahead.
Oh,
I've gone back and forth. Oh, go ahead. No, you go. You go.
Okay, his issues started with his mother, and I mean, you've got the mother and the sister on one side. You got the dad. And, I mean, it's a perfect split down the middle. Doesn't sound like he had much experience with women. He finds Shanann. She's kind of a duplicate in some ways. Not as bad. I don't see Shanann as a horrible person. She just she was so insecure. I think she overdid it at times, and he got the kind of the brunt. He was a bit of the joke, you know, the other side of the camera. And I think he was ping-ponging between Shanann's demands and her personality and the mother. And I can completely see Cindy and Shanann clashing because they're both kind of alpha females, or trying to be. And this is just like two vipers in a pit.
Yeah, really.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right.
And Chris couldn't draw the freaking line like a man because nobody had ever taught him.
Exactly.
Dad certainly wasn't. If he'd taken cocaine and in depression.
Exactly. He was sweeping under the rug. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this built up. You know, whether he was fantasizing about it, he's sending her the picture of the doll with the sheet, which interests me a lot. That's another avenue to this. And I think it just built up and perhaps something she said just opened the floodgate. Maybe it wouldn't have happened that night, but maybe it would happen in another week.
Yeah.
He's not that original. I'm saying that because I watch hundreds, literally, of these kind of stories in real life. And it seems like it becomes at some point really easy.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I know.
Out somebody that they loved, had kids, murder the children. That Disney, that case down there at Celebration, it seems like the happiest life in the world. Guy blew away his whole family and the dog.
Yeah, I know.
Chris's case is interesting because of the reasons I brought up, but Chris is not that original in what happened.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right about that. I think that's really well said. Yeah.
Simple as that. I don't think Nikki had anything to do with it. I think he acted alone. He may very well have brought the kids with. Who knows? When you're in this weird survival mode, insanity that I think he's in.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows what you say, what you do, why you do it?
Do you think he was living in that realm, or do you think he had like a psychotic break?
I think he had a break that was 32 years in the making.
Me too. I think that too. Yeah.
I think it's that simple. Yeah. And I think just, you know, look, people love, I guess, the attention on YouTube, the monetization.
Yeah.
And I can't sit through some of these streams that are, you know, and I don't want to listen to these conspiracy theories, but, you know, this goes really off into left field just to keep it going, I think, just to keep the money and the attention rolling in.
Yeah, I think that there is an aspect of that. I do. Yeah, I think so. Oh, wow.
I think it's that simple. This plays out probably every day, unfortunately.
Oh God. You know, I really, you know, I think I'm pretty like, you know, forthcoming about this as far as, you know, exactly how this happened, why this happened, you know, if there were other people involved. And, you know, I sit on the fence about it. Like I really do believe that Nicole Kessinger, I think that she had I do believe that she had a part that rises to the level of criminal culpability. Does it mean I think that she literally murdered anybody? No. Might she have? I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know.
I don't see her as being clever enough.
Yeah.
I don't even see her having that kind of energy in her. She came out of nowhere. And she just seems like a simpleton to me. A simple, picked bad guys, I guess, or they ended up being bad. Did all, like I said, all the typical things a woman would do, spying on someone. You can't tell me that, anybody listening to this, a female, has never done that. Or,
I have done it.
The fantasy of wedding dresses and acting like you're concerned about getting the kids. It's so typical. It's such a typical thing of somebody of her age.
That's true. That's a good point.
To be looking at they're so cute. Well, you guys need to get yourself an apartment. Yeah, basically, so she can get on with what she wants.
Exactly. Of course.
Selfish, and probably some pressure. Pressure may have been applying to him, but not an accomplice to something. This was his unique hell. It turned into the whole family hell.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree with a lot of it. I do. I agree with a lot of it. Someone just said that they don't agree with you. I pinned it, not because I don't agree with you or anything, just to show that we have this range of opinions and it's fine. Oh gosh, I forgot I think one thing is, this doesn't necessarily respond to what you just said, but I think one thing I see, I hear from him, I hear reflected in what others say about what he was experiencing. And then I definitely see it in the videos, was this element of him being really, really bothered by, finally the way I look at it, finally admitting to himself that he was not okay with the way that Shanann spoke with him, or at least he's now verbalizing this. And then I think it really bothered him that his girls were of an age and they were so strongly influenced by Shanann. She was such a strong personality that they were starting to speak to him in
You're right. They were starting to imitate that berating, the berating, belittling, goofing on daddy. Again, more manipulating.
Yeah, exactly. Here, I just want to show you. I just want to show you a little clip of a video, if you don't mind. And I just wanted to point some things out, see what you think. It's the infamous Whack-A-Daddy video, as I call it. But and there's the pie in the face too, but we're gonna go to Whack-A-Daddy, but we could do pie in the face. But Whack-A-Daddy, I've watched it a zillion times and I just really observe him, and it's like, wow. Here, let me I gotta get to the full version here. Let's see. I have too many freaking videos. Okay. Keep scrolling. I make all of them out of absolute genuine interest. I think there's so many interesting things going on, and very much with the relationship dynamics.
Well, like I have said, Chris is the most interesting, boring guy in the world.
Yeah, that's very well said. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing to him.
Right.
And yet, I think that's part of the mystique and intrigue, is that he's nothing.
How could somebody who is so nothing do something this horrible?
What is normal and what is deep inside the human brain?
Right.
That's,
Yeah, that's very, totally.
Whack-A-Daddy.
I know. Whack-A-Frickin-Daddy. It's so weird.
Was it some contraption or something?
Oh no, you haven't seen this?
I don't. Well, maybe I have.
Well, maybe you have. Here, just 1 second. When did I put this? What is it? July now. Okay, let me go back a little far. Sorry, I'm scrolling through. It's just taking a while. I guess I made a lot more videos in the last 2 months than I realized. Okay. Here. No, that's not it. Hold it. Is that it? Okay, Whack-A-Daddy. Okay. Oh boy. So, whoops. Just got to bring you here. Got to close. I got like 5,000 windows open. Just let me close some of these down really quick. So my computer runs a little faster. Yeah, that's a lot. Probably maybe more like 30, but yeah, they've got to close. Close that one, and let's get to some Whack-A-Daddy. So weird. Well, you know what? It's only like a minute long or so. I'm gonna play it through once, and I without saying anything. I just want to get your general.
Let's watch it. I'm all right.
Yeah. And then we'll go from there because I want to see what you have to say without me saying anything more. Come on. My computer's like, come on, lady. It's so freaking late. I want to go to bed here.
Well, we can watch Whack-A-Daddy and then you can go to sleep or fold your.
Yes. Yeah, we'll do. There you go. That's I got to do that anyway. We'll do Whack-A-Daddy and then bedtime, and then we'll pick
wrap it up.
Well, Whack-A-Daddy. Oh, this is so weird to me. Okay. I would just like, no, I said I'm not going to say anything else.
Is there a key word in your video collection? Did you put Whack-A-Daddy?
Oh, no, I got it. I found. Oh, well, yeah, it does. It says Whack-A-Daddy, Bella and Cece cry for Chris Watts' attention. So here it is. Oh, boy. All right. Let me just get the comments down. I'm going to maximize this. Oops. And then maximize this one. There's a lot of keys you got to press here. All right. Okay, let me get to the right one. So there's a few weird ones here. Or they're just exercising with Chris Watts. Okay. Oh, there. Oh my God, it's so crazy to me. I can't even. Okay. All right.
Don't do that, Cece. Don't do it.
Oh, should I be able to see something? Oh, there it is. Sorry.
Don't spit.
Oh, here, wait. I'll start it again. Hold on just one second.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I see it here.
Yeah, because that was just a super important part.
Oh, yeah.
She
Back it up.
spits on him. Okay.
Don't do that, Cece. Don't do it. Someone's got
Whack-A-Daddy. Don't spit.
Don't spit on Daddy, please. Oh, that's a shower.
Watch his face.
Careful, Bella, don't fall, okay? Whack-A-Daddy. Whack-A-Daddy. One more time, Daddy. Whack-A-Daddy. Whack.
Okay.
Yeah. That was delightful.
Isn't that crazy? Whack-A-Daddy, just encouraging Whack-A-Daddy, whack your daddy on the head. And then she spits on his head. I know if my son ever spit on somebody, I would not laugh about it. That would be like a serious, like teachable moment.
I agree with you. I don't have kids, but yeah, logically, yeah, I mean, there's several things wrong with this situation. I mean, this is life. People make mistakes.
Totally.
Encouraging beating on his head. Oh my dear God. See, this is what's so sad is Shanann just doesn't know how she's ratcheting up that ticking time bomb.
Right, exactly.
Really,
and so
this is, gosh darn it.
Yeah.
And then he should have said,
well,
okay.
That's why I should go ahead.
Oh, he should have said, okay, time out, and you cut it. You cut it. Because that's, you just crossed a boundary. Chris had no boundaries. He had no concept of, hey, enough. I'm done with this, or
so I took it down because one of my moderators said I'm going to mute this because I guess the video bothers her. So I'm sorry, darling, but I was saying, and good night, Green Eye Bandit. I was saying to really watch his face because it's in that video, and there's a couple other ones where at first he's like smiling. Okay, well, this is fun, even though, like you said, it's life, it's the family, whatever. She spits on him. Okay, fine. She just spit on me, whatever. But then Shanann is encouraging him one more time. Whack-A-Daddy, Whack-A-Daddy.
Yeah, she said very, very loudly that once. Whack.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
You
You
know
get
what
it.
we're seeing? We're seeing an underlying resentment.
Exactly. That's turning into, I think, like disgust and contempt, which are very
Yeah,
dangerous
on
emotions.
both parties, because neither of them are
Yes.
communicating.
Yep. Yep. That's right. That's exactly right. You totally get what I'm putting down there.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, as you just watch his face, you can see this. Yeah, it's like this increasing disgust and contempt. And when it's moments like that, when I see that, and then I think like, you know, it really is no mystery this happened. You know, not saying it's anyone's fault, of course, other than
No,
him. You know,
no, and it's difficult to have that conversation
it is. It
because,
is.
well, I mean, you know, people are going to say and do what they want, but
Yeah.
there are contributing factors sometimes from an innocent person who does not deserve what happened,
Right.
but they didn't understand that these little things were adding up. Sadly.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah. And well, Aussie Girl Jen here says, I just want to respond to this. Says, remember this video of SW and children is a small snippet out of her interactions with her children. Nobody is perfect. We live and learn as parents. We grow, and SW didn't get that chance. I totally agree with you. And I do fully believe if she was allowed to live her God-given life, she would have grown and evolved and grown all the wiser, as most people do. And this is a small snippet. However, I do have to say that the observable patterns in the family dynamics here are consistent across time. And while we don't really have across settings because they're usually in the house. So, and you know, those are two variables that you measure when you're looking for patterns of behavior. And yes, and you're right. And nobody is perfect. Absolutely. Still, you know, what you can see in this video is, first of all, parenting that is not good, is not in the best interest of the children. And it's, you know, treatment of your partner that can result in an emotion like disgust or contempt, which is very, at the worst, dangerous, at the very least, sad, and, you know, not the desired human experience. So no matter how you look at it, this was not good, you know. So
I believe that there were two dynamics that were developing. If you know, you're talking about how things evolving and going with time. With Chris not helping Shanann evolve,
absolutely,
I
this is true.
Bella was already showing signs of resentment towards her mother. Those kids videos,
yes,
where she's making her hold the camera and doing her pro bar. It's the pro bar one. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yes.
Mommy's gonna have this because mommy earned it.
Yeah.
And I've never had kids.
Oh yes.
I do that in front of little kids that don't
No,
understand
no.
because they're hungry. They want to be included. Give
Yeah,
them a little corner of it.
it's something I've actually never even said on a live stream, or I don't even, but I see so many times as a behavioral analyst in Shanann's tone of voice, everything that tells she expressed disgust for Bella in many ways, on many occasions, across time. I'm sorry, people, it's just true. I
think there was already something developing between the two of them.
Yeah.
And maybe because Bella reminded Shanann of Chris.
I have children, by the way, so Too Deep Up Yours. Nice name. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No,
I'm sorry.
If Chris did not help, because you're saying that you evolve and grow, which you do. Everybody's making mistakes, but there was nobody for her to bounce off of and be corrected by. It was just going to be full steam ahead, with the kids probably growing up to disrespect them both in some way. Not taking daddy seriously, because you can beat him on the head and he doesn't do anything.
Right. Exactly. Yes.
Well,
yeah, so
maybe this is a good place to stop if you're
It is, and thank you very much.
No, this has been
Thank you for coming up.
Very interesting, and I enjoy this kind of one-on-one,
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for staying a little longer. I know we had some strong personalities on with you. Love you guys, but I was like,
I was like, oh, you're going to have a hard time getting a word in edgewise. So I really want to hear what you had to say.
Well, thanks for the time.
Yeah, you're very welcome. So come back tomorrow if you can, and we will continue this talk on this topic from this evening. Yeah.
It never ends. It's every night.
Never ends. Never
Is
ends.
it a nightly thing or a certain
No,
night?
oh no. I usually there is no set nights because I have a full-time job, and everyone now knows that I complain about a 45-minute commute each way, and I'm a single mom. Blah, blah, blah. I try to do Tuesdays and Fridays. It's just turned out that way, but this week it was a Saturday, so I usually post the like live streams like a day or two in advance. So yeah, that's the best I can tell you. I wish I could do them regular, like it was regularly
Well,
scheduled
no,
time.
my goodness. I mean, if you work full time, I mean, I do as well, and it's worn out by the end of the day, and then
like I was going to do the live stream last night, and it was like, I was like, oh, I have to put it up on YouTube. It was like yesterday early in the morning. And I was like, who am I kidding? I don't know if I can make it through this day. I'm not going to be doing a live stream tonight. I'm tired already.
You're gonna leave this one up. This will be up as a video.
Yep, it will. Yep, up for replay. Yeah, most of them are. So yeah.
All right.
So,
well, have a nice morning. Good morning.
Yes. Well, have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for coming up.
Sure.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, cool. I very much liked her perspective. I thought she was very interesting. So, all right, guys. Well, hey, we got another 9 hours left to go. Kevin, all of you guys have been really funny and awesome in chat tonight. I've been reading. Kevin, you've really stood out to me as being much more funny than usual. Awesome. That didn't sound nice. Kevin's always great. You were very funny tonight, Kevin. Your comments were. So, yeah. So I don't know. With the notifications, is a weird thing. I know DTC Primetime always tells people to, hit the bell for notifications and make sure you pick all notifications, not whatever the other alternative is. And yeah, she had some very good points, didn't she? Yeah. Yeah. So, Kevin said, 9 o'clock. Does that equal 11:30? I know, because I'm always late. Tomorrow, we will start at 9 o'clock. I'm going to say that. I'm saying it, so now I have to do it. It was hard for me to say it, but we're going to do it. 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So, in not too long from now. Oh my gosh. So, yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Ara. Thank you so much. And Utter Nutter, and oh my gosh, all the moderators, Aussie Girl Jen. Thank you guys all so much. You guys are all amazing. Ara tells Kevin to stop drinking. You guys are so funny. Awesome. Yeah, we were just saying here in chat, Blue Eyed Wolf, that we thought you were very insightful. So thank you so much. Okay, so DTC Primetime says hit the bell and select all notifications, not personalized notifications, to make sure you get the notifications from the channel. Yeah, I don't know. I just hope it works. Some people have told me also that if you like quick unsubscribe, then quick resubscribe, because I want you to unsubscribe and not get anything. That works, but I just don't know the deal with YouTube. Maybe I'll look at my little creators lessons tomorrow at some point and let you guys know if I find anything on that. Let's see. Oh, good, Katie. Oh, that's awesome. That's really nice to hear. Glad you're here. Let's see. Oh, personalized is default. Okay. So when you get notifications for any channel, I guess personalized is the default. So y'all want to click, switch that to get all notifications from whatever channel you want to get notifications. Let's see. Hi, Rosie. How are you? Nice to see you, my friend. Hi, Keshik. How are you? Nice to see you too. Oh no, it's okay. You're all good. too deep. I was like, wait a minute, I am a mother. You know, I know, and I understand. I even sometimes when I'm saying things, I understand that, you know, all this, I know what I'm thinking. Maybe I'm not saying it the best way I can because I'm really tired or whatever. Maybe there's just not a very good way to say it, or maybe I just shouldn't say it. I don't know. So sometimes any of those things happen and I hear myself and I'm like, oh, this is like not coming off the way I'm intending to. I get it. I get it. Oh my goodness. I'm reading your post about Congress, DTC. Ooh. Yeah, I agree. The other video, KDO. Yeah. And Aussie Girl Jen, I agree with what you said here about, you know, the snippet in time or whatever. I didn't mean to refute that, but at the same time that I do agree with what you said, I also have that other perspective I shared that I don't know. There's just, I don't know. No more words. Too tired, no more words. Yeah, MK, please. I would like to invite you on the channel. You can come onto panel anytime you like. I'll drop the link. Oh my gosh. Oh, Sarah, you're so funny. What did Sarah say that somebody was talking, I wanted to address it, but yes, the question about the gas monitors, we do know that. Sarah's very predictable, yet not predictable at all. Dangerous. It's dangerous, Sarah. Predictable, yet not predictable. Okay, friends. All right. So I'm going to stop perusing chat because now it's 3:30. Time flies, man. Okay, so tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we're going to get right into talking about the timeline of the bankruptcy and what that related to, that was going on in the MLM antics and the rest of life. It's very interesting stuff. So can't wait to see you guys then and go over that. Aw, thank you, DTC Primetime. She says, thanks for being respectful and kind, everyone. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much, DCT. I looked for, you said it was canceled until tomorrow night. I thought so. I wanted to be. Which one is it? So, yeah, you know what? I should just not ever schedule 2 live streams at once because it always confuses someone. Sometimes it's me and I ended up going to the wrong one like I did a couple weeks ago. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, but listen, okay. No, so tomorrow now, oh, I'm making things so confusing. Tomorrow night is not going to be members only because I'm going to finish up what I was doing from today. And now that I've said that, I should probably stick with that too. I knew I was not going to be clear enough. I'm sorry, guys. So the members only live will be sometime during this coming week. I just want to finish up this whole bankruptcy and the timeline topic tomorrow. If too much time passes, some other topic will be bubbling up, and I want to make sure that I complete it. So tomorrow night's live stream is not members only. It's everyone under the sun. And we'll talk about some very interesting stuff relative to the MLMs, bankruptcy, and I don't know, maybe some surprise topics, but not in the way they were tonight. Oh, I understand being late. I think I've been late for every single one of these, but it's nice to see you. I'm glad you can make it. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So here, I'm going to make a new link for tomorrow night right now. Actually, thank you. Good point, Aussie Girl Jen. Thank you very much, sweetie. Let me just do that right now. And then I will drop it in here.
cancel this one, I think, for now. Okay, there. Create new. All right, I'll have to make a new thumbnail, but here. Oh my gosh, my throat. Excuse me. Okay, and right now it just has like the generic multi-picture thumbnail because I have not made one yet. But 14.1K subscribers. That's so awesome. Thank you guys. I'm always so surprised when I look at that number. I'm like, oh, look, we're growing again. It's so sentimental. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is the link for tomorrow's. Well, it's actually later today. For Sundays. Sundays. Yeah, okay. 9 Eastern Daylight Time. Ta-da! Now it should have the correct time and permissions and all that stuff. There you go. I'm surprised no reporter or anyone has tracked down NK2. Ew. I want to know about this now. What happened? Sorry, that was like 10 minutes ago. Good night, Michelle, if you're still here. Aw. I agree with that, DTC. Thanks, Another. You guys are so funny. Oh my gosh. Night, Ho Chi Winner, if you're still there. Good night, Elizabeth. Good night. Have a good night. Yeah, good, Rosie. I'm so glad you could make it again, even though late. Kelly has a lot of lurkers. Oh, yeah? Because they're just, like, still hanging here. Let's see. Lurky, lurky. Lurky, lurky. Oh, I see who's watching live streams every time we do them. I know who's lurking. I see you. Don't worry. That's so funny. Like 15 people just dropped off like in that 10 seconds after I said that. That's funny. Oh, thanks, Jen. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much for everything you do. I know, the perv, seriously. WTO pervs. Night, Kezchik. No, DC. Well, that's nice of you to. I mean, yeah, you can put whatever sentiments out you'd like. Of course you can, but I know from talking to people that most people's sentiments are exactly like yours, and obviously for myself, I certainly felt like something needs to be said. I think it's just getting crazy. I mean, it's just like, at what point does YouTube say no, you cannot? It's never. Yeah. Ara, I think that it's through. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna actually email you, and I'm gonna. I don't know. Do you have my? I give you my phone number sometimes in emails, but I'll give you my phone number and then text me when you can because I'm really bad. I don't have a lot of time to check email lately. I'll tell you because I don't want to give away all the tricks. Maybe they do. Maybe they fall asleep to my voice. I know. Seriously. I don't know why I'm still going. Jody is cool. No, I don't know. It's way too late. Oh my God. Yeah. Yikes. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. So, all right, guys. Awesome. Thanks, Ara. Everyone be safe. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, moderators, everyone in chat, and you guys who came up on panel. You're awesome. So I will see you in like a few hours, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Sunday, also known as today. All right, here. Yeah, in most places. All right, guys. Mwah. Talk to you soon, or see you soon. Talk to you soon. Come around soon. All right, bye, guys. Love you guys. Thanks for everything. Bye, OT winner.